Chapter 474, The Wedding Proceeds as Scheduled _1. Ni Yang is Mo Kishan's girlfriend. And he is also about to marry Li Xianxian. No. Mo Baichuan suddenly remembered, during his last birthday party Ni Yang did not come with Mo Qishan. Hadn't she already broken up with Mo Qishan? Didn't Ni Yang already break up with Uncle Liu? Mo Baichuan continued. Broke up. Xiao Jiao furrowed her brows, and continued, I don't think so. This morning, your grandmother was still discussing their marriage with your Uncle Liu. You are 27 this year and Uncle Liu is a year older than you. I reckon they should be getting married soon too. Could it be that Ni Yang and Mo Qishan hadn't broken up? Was it all just his speculation? Mo Baichuan's expression darkened, and he felt a heaviness in his heart, a sudden feeling of being suffocated. Xiao Jiao continued, Ni Yang is a very good girl. Your grandpa and grandma both really like her. It's just that she was born lowly. I heard she only finished middle school. Though Ni Yang is pretty, her education level is too low and she is only a noodle vendor. Compared to Li Xianxian, she falls far behind. Though Li Xianxian is an orphan, she is a proper university student, studying at a domestic university, which is quite prestigious. But on the other hand, it seems that Mo Qishan can only match up with someone like this. A girl as outstanding as Zhao Jingrong would never look at Mo Qishan. After all, Mo Qishan is just a good-for-nothing. What kind of affluent family's girl could he possibly marry? Even though she only finished middle school, her ambitions are not small, Mo Baichuan said with a cryptic expression. Xiao Jiao was taken aback. What do you mean? Mo Baichuan said, she's just a noodle vendor. If she didn't have some tact, how could she have possibly won the favor of my grandparents? When Master Mo and Madame Mo were young, they had both experienced the hail of bullets in war, and an ordinary person wouldn't catch their eyes. Could an ordinary person pull off this? Besides, Mo Baichuan suspected that Ni Yang was reluctant to break up with Mo Qishan because she had other motives. Xiao Jiao said, Ni Yang does indeed seem like a likable kid. Plus, she saved Xiaodai, so it's normal for your grandparents to like her. Apart from her low status, Xiao Jiao didn't see any other flaws in Ni Yang. Mo Baichuan's expression was cryptic as he started to write on the invitation. After writing one invitation, Mo Baichuan picked up the coat hanging on the rack and began to walk towards the door. Baichuan, where are you going? Xiao Jiao asked from behind. Delivering the invitation, Mo Baichuan replied. Who are you giving it to? Xiao Jiao continued, who sends out invitations one by one? You should write them all out then deliver them all together. Mo Baichuan did not answer and disappeared out the door. Some time later, the sound of a car engine came from outside. Mo Baichuan drove all the way to Jinghua village. Because the dirt road was inconvenient, he parked the car at the entrance of the village and walked to the Ni family's courtyard. The courtyard door was half closed. Through blooming banana flowers, he could somewhat see a slender figure. She was in black cotton shorts, revealing two slender and fair long legs, wearing a white camisole on top. She was wearing flip-flops, standing under an osmanthus tree feeding the birds insects. Because of the movement, when she stood on her toes, a small part of her slender waist was exposed. It was quite captivating. From where Mo Baichuan was standing, he could see her profile, her long, dense eyelashes cast a shallow shadow on her nose. Why would she dress like this in broad daylight? Did she know he was coming and intentionally dressed this way? Was this how a decent woman should dress? Mo Baichuan slightly frowned, took a step back, and knocked on the door. The door isn't locked, just come in, Ni Yang's voice came from inside. Mo Baichuan pushed the door and entered. When Ni Yang saw that the visitor was Mo Baichuan, she was taken aback for a moment, then said, Why are you here? I came to give you the invitation. Mo Baichuan handed over the big red invitation to Ni Yang. Ni Yang reached out and took it. Congratulations, winning the beauty. No matter how Mo Baichuan heard it, he felt that there was some bitterness in her words. It made sense, he was about to get married to Li Xianxian, and Ni Yang must be very upset now. Mo Baichuan narrowed his eyes and said, the wedding is set for the 18th. If you sincerely want to attend the wedding, I will be very happy. But if you have other intentions, don't blame me for not being polite. Chapter 475. The wedding was held as scheduled _2. Mo Baichuan had come over this time to confront Ni Yang. He was worried that Ni Yang would disrupt his wedding to Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian was already pregnant, and Mo Baichuan did not want her to suffer any further grievances. Even at this point, Mo Baichuan was still so narcissistic. Hadn't she made herself clear last time? Ni Yang was somewhat speechless. At the same time, Ni Yang felt relieved that she had entrusted this matter to Jing Xianjing. If she had personally dealt with Li Xianxian, who knew how Mo Baichuan would have misunderstood the situation. Nephew, I suggest you spend less time admiring yourself in the mirror. Ni Yang spoke softly, without a trace of sorrow in her eyes or expression. Mo Baichuan furrowed his brows slightly. If Ni Yang was pretending, then her acting skills were quite powerful indeed. Had he been wrong from the start? Or was she pretending now? Just then, the sound of footsteps were heard again from outside the yard. Ni Yang looked up and saw a pair of radiant eyes. She stood up to greet him, big brother Mo. Yang. Mo Qishan reached out to take Ni Yang's hand, furrowing his brows slightly. Why are you dressed so lightly? As he spoke, he naturally removed his white shirt and draped it over Ni Yang. The pure white men's shirt was just long enough to cover Ni Yang's shorts, creating an immediate impression of a child wearing an adult's clothing. Mo Qishan bent down to fasten the shirt buttons one by one. Ni Yang's outfit was quite common in modern times, and even in the 80s, it wouldn't have been considered unusual. She hadn't expected Mo Qishan to be so conservative. Big brother Mo, are you done? Ni Yang asked, looking down slightly. Just one more button. Mo Qishan answered without looking up. The scene was somewhat glaring. Mo Baichuan furrowed his brows, stepped forward and said, Uncle Six. Mo Qishan nodded slightly. His expression didn't reveal any emotion. Why are you here? I'm here to deliver the wedding invitation to my future Aunt Six, Mo Baichuan replied. Have you delivered it? I have. Mo Qishan glanced at Mo Baichuan, his thin lips slightly parted. Since you have already delivered it, why don't you leave? Are you planning on spending the new year at your Aunt Six's house? Just the thought that Mo Baichuan had seen his wife's long legs and slender waist irritated Mo Qishan. His wife was his, and only he had the right to look. Mo Baichuan's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment before saying, Uncle Six, then I'll be on my way. Go ahead. Mo Qishan said, your Aunt Six and I are busy. Mo Baichuan glanced at Ni Yang before turning around to leave, his face clouded with embarrassment. Ni Yang didn't pay any more attention to Mo Baichuan. Holding Mo Qishan's hand, they headed inside. Big brother Mo, let's go inside. It's hot out here. Since entering the room, Mo Qishan's face was rigid, his lips nearly a thin line, and he remained silent. Big brother Mo, what's wrong? Ni Yang brought him a bowl of red bean taro balls. Try the taro balls I made. Are they good? Mo Qishan didn't say a word. Big brother Mo. Ni Yang waved her hand in front of his eyes. If you don't say anything, I'll go wash my hair. Saying that, Ni Yang turned around to walk outside. Just then, her wrist was grabbed. A sudden force yanked her back, and in a dizzying whirl, she was pulled onto Mo Qishan's lap. Mo Qishan held her waist tightly with both hands, buried his chin in the hollow of her neck, and mumbled, Yang, I'm angry. Ha! Yang was taken aback. Cajole me now. Mo Qishan whined like a 5-year-old child. Yang chuckled, looking at Mo Qishan while cupping his face, aren't you being childish? I'm really angry. Yang smiled and said, then, I'll make you a delicious dinner tonight. Will you stop being angry then? No. Then, I'll say sorry. I'm sorry, it was my bad. No. Mo Qishan shook his head, I'm still very angry. Mo Qishan looked discontentedly at Yang, I'm still very angry. Yang's face turned stern, Mo Qishan, enough is enough. Mo Qishan still wanted Yang to kiss him again, I'm really very angry. Yang didn't indulge him anymore and turned to walk out of the room. Mo Qishan, like a lord, sat on the chair, expecting Yang to come to placate him. A minute, 2 minutes, then soon 3 minutes passed by. Chapter 476, The Wedding Takes Place as Planned _3. Mo Qishan now felt a bit uncomfortable and turned his gaze toward the door. Yang was watering the plants in the yard with her watering can. Giddily, Mo Qishan ran up to her and said, Yang. Yang didn't respond. Mo Qishan continued, wifey. Yang still ignored him. Mo Qishan went on, wifey, I was wrong. I shouldn't have pushed my luck. Can you stop ignoring me, please? Wifey, let me help you water the plants. Mo Qishan took the watering can from Yang. Wifey, can you crack a smile, please? You're scaring me like this. Mo Qishan was genuinely nervous and a bit scared. Next time, dare to misbehave. Yang sternly grabbed his ear. I dare not do it again, I don't. Mo Qishan quickly nodded, I promise I'll always follow the leader's orders. 1 if the leader says 1, 2 if the leader says 2. Yang slightly curved her lips into a shallow smile, dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth, before turning and heading into the house. Mo Qishan didn't dare to ask anything else, instead, he focused attentively on watering the plants. After a while, Yang came out of the room. She had changed into a vintage-styled short shirt with a standing collar, paired with a pair of black wide-leg pants below. The vintage look was sophisticated, yet with a hint of playfulness. Here, you should have this. Yang handed the white shirt back to Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan asked, Yang, how come you're not wearing it? Yang replied, you should put it on. What do you look like topless? Although Mo Qishan did have a good figure, with abs and well-toned muscles, after all, this was the 80s, if other people saw Mo Qishan's upper body exposed, the gossip wouldn't be good. It was then Mo Qishan realized he didn't have his shirt on, so he quickly put on the white shirt, making sure to flatter, wifey, you're so considerate. What did he do to deserve such a wonderful wife? You sweet talker. Yang lightly smiled. Although she knew Mo Qishan was merely buttering her up, each time, Yang indeed fell for it. Seeing Yang smile, Mo Qishan quietly sighed in relief. After returning home, Jing Xianjing told Jing Lingling about Zhou Tianbao's request. Hearing this, Jing Lingling frowned, 10,000 yuan. Were to help him and also pay him 10,000 yuan. The 30,000 yuan required a few days ago had already given Jing Lingling a hard time. Where was she supposed to find the remaining 10,000 yuan? Jing Xianjing sighed, unfortunately, Li Xianxian is really something. Despite abandoning her husband and child, Zhou Tianbao still defends her. Xianjing, could you try if it's possible to give him the money at the beginning of next month? The beginning of the month is when you have pocket money. Currently, Jing Lingling had absolutely no cash on her. No way. Jing Xianjing said, by the beginning of next month, that bitch Li Xianxian will already be married to Mo Baichuan. When is the wedding of the Mo family set? Zheng Lingling asked. This month on the 18th. Zheng Xianjing answered. So soon. Zheng Lingling narrowed her eyes. Zheng Xianjing added, if it's any later, would Li Xianxian's belly be able to wait? Zheng Lingling nodded in agreement. You're right, Xianjing. She then asked, so, Xianjing, you plan to stir up trouble at the wedding? Zheng Xianjing nodded, of course, the more drama, the better. It was about time Li Xianxian, who had flaunted in front of her for so long, suffered. She intended to embarrass Li Xianxian in front of everyone so that she would never be able to hold her head up high. Moreover, Li Xianxian was pregnant. If this matter was not made a big deal of, what if the Mo family chose to settle for peace because of the child? Zheng Xianjing couldn't take that risk. Zheng Lingling suggested, in that case, I have a set of jewelry that I don't particularly like. It should be worth around 10,000 yuan. Thank you, Mom. Zheng Xianjing's eyes lit up, then she asked, by the way, Mom, where did you get the 30,000 yuan last time? I borrowed it. From whom? Zheng Lingling explained, a mahjong buddy, you don't know him. Oh, Zheng Xianjing nodded. Zheng Lingling stood up to leave. Wait for me here, Xianjing. I'll go upstairs and get the jewelry. It was a simple platinum diamond necklace which she had bought for over 20,000 yuan at the time, so it should more than cover the 10,000 yuan she needed. Zheng Xianjing accepted the jewelry, then I'll go have it exchanged right now. Mo Qishan got home from his dinner at Ni Yang's well past 7 in the evening. When he arrived, Mo Baichuan was calligraphing couplets on the living room table. Nephew. Mo Qishan approached Mo Baichuan. Chapter 477, The Wedding Takes Place as Planned _4. Uncle 6, do you need anything? Mo Baichuan put down his brush. Mo Qishan continued, Dear nephew, I suggest you reconsider your marriage to Li Xianxian. She's not as simple as you think. Regardless, Mo Baichuan was the only child of his brother and the eldest legitimate grandson of the Mo family. Mo Qishan couldn't bear to see Mo Baichuan sink into a pitfall. Did Ni Yang send you to say these things? Mo Baichuan sneered at Mo Qishan. No wonder Ni Yang refused to break up with Mo Qishan. So this was her plan. Mo Qishan frowned slightly. This matter has nothing to do with your sixth aunt. Mo Baichuan continued, Uncle 6, you know if it matters or not. Li Xianxian is already pregnant with my child. No matter what you say, I will stand by Li Xianxian. From Mo Baichuan's words, Mo Qishan could deduce that his nephew was beyond saving. Indeed, as Ni Yang had said, terrifyingly narcissistic. Mo Qishan bluntly responded, so she got pregnant just like that after one time, nephew, don't be a fool who can't even see when he's being cuckolded. After all, this was his birth nephew. Mo Qishan still needed to say what should be said. Uncle 6. Mo Baichuan's face stiffened. You're crossing a line. I trust Li Xianxian. Useless. His words were completely illogical. Li Xianxian gave him her first time, how could she possibly cheat on him? Besides, Li Xianxian was not that kind of person. Mo Qishan's words were too outrageous. Not only did he damage Li Xianxian's reputation, he indirectly insulted his dignity. I have spoken my mind. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Mo Qishan did not want to waste more words with him. Mo Baichuan looked at Mo Qishan and continued, Did Ni Yang have you pass on this message? Without a doubt, these words must have come from Ni Yang. She intended to use Mo Qishan to ruin his wedding with Li Xianxian. Even if it was from Ni Yang, Mo Qishan should have thought twice about whether he should say it out loud. Mo Qishan sighed helplessly, Nephew, paranoia is a disease, it needs treatment. Mo Baichuan replied, Uncle Six, don't let yourself be used as someone's tool unknowingly. Mo Qishan didn't want to waste more words with him and continued, I wish you and Miss Xianxian a long and happy life together. With that, Mo Qishan turned around and headed upstairs. Mo Baichuan continued writing invitations. The next day, Jing Xianjing delivered the cash to Zhou Tianbao's house as promised, and explained some details to Zhou Tianbao. Zhou Tianbao said, Miss Xing, rest assured, since I have taken your money, I will not disappoint you. Remember your words. Jing Xianjing narrowed her eyes, if you dare to play any tricks, it'll make you regret it. After some discussions, Jing Xianjing left Walled Road. Days flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Mo Baichuan and Li Zhangxian's wedding. The wedding was held at the Mo family's old house. Many prestigious families from Beijing personally attended to give their blessings. Li Xianxian sat in front of the dressing mirror, a smirk surfaced in her eyes when she saw her finely made-up self reflected back. She had finally waited for this day. From now on, she would be the high-profile Madame Mog, an object of envy in Beijing. Miss Li, it's time to change into your wedding dress. The makeup artist brought in an imported wedding gown. Not many people wore wedding gowns in those times, and country folks hadn't even seen one. Looking at the magnificent wedding gown, Li Xianxian was reminded of her previous wedding. 6 years ago, when she was pregnant and getting married to Zhou Tianbao, she didn't even have a decent red gown, let alone a wedding dress. 6 years later, through her own efforts, she had become the happiest bride in the world. It all felt like a dream. Miss Li. Seeing her lost in thought, the makeup artist reminded her. All right, I'm coming right away. Li Xianxian snapped out of her trance and took the wedding gown. The makeup artist followed Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian said, I can change on my own, there's no need for you to follow. The makeup artist answered, how could we do that? The madam and the old lady specifically instructed me not to allow any mishaps. There was no shortage of envy in the makeup artist's eyes. She had heard that Miss Li was just an orphan. Who would have thought that an orphan would have such good luck to marry into the Mo family? From now on, she would truly be a lady of a rich family, a life completely different from an ordinary person's. Li Xianxian enjoyed the envy in the makeup artist's eyes and without saying much more, allowed the makeup artist to follow her into the fitting room. Just as she changed into her wedding gown, a servant entered from the outside. Miss Li, there is someone looking for you. Chapter 478, Big Slap in the Face on Sight. _1. Who is looking for me? Li Xianxian asked. Miss Sheng, the housekeeper replied. Miss Sheng. Li Xianxian squinted her eyes. Is it Jing Xianjing? Yes, the housekeeper nodded. Li Xianxian's mouth curled into a smile, as she sorted her dress. Let her in. All right. In a moment, the servant brought Jing Xianjing in. Jing Xianjing had her hair styled in the most popular manner of the time, framed by well-drawn eyebrows, painted red lips, a heavy layer of foundation making her face white as chalk. She wore a bright red formal dress, red high heels to match, looking more the bride than the bride herself. Just by her outfit, it was clear that she had come prepared. But Li Xianxian was not afraid anymore. Inside her belly was the legitimate heir of the Mo family. Even old Lady Mo had to treat her with care and laughter now. So, what could a Jing Xianjing count for? Li Xianxian greeted her with a warm smile, Sister Xianjing. Xianxian. Jing Xianjing laughed as she grasped Li Zhangxian's hand. Anyone who didn't know them might have thought these two were the best of friends. Xianxian, congratulations on finally marrying Brother Baichuan. I wish you a long and happy marriage until you both are old. Li Xianxian squinted her eyes, thank you. I also wish that Sister Xianjing will soon find her perfect husband. Don't worry, Xian, I will definitely marry the man I want to marry. Zhang Xianjing said provocatively. Li Xian laughed and retorted, isn't it too early for you to say that, Sister Xianjing? Do you believe that a person's luck can change from full to emptiness? Marry the man she wanted. Did Jing Xianjing hope to marry Mo Baichuan and become the second wife? She was so blatant about being a mistress. Shameless. Jing Xianjing locked eyes with Li Xian, excitedly declaring, the game isn't ended yet. It's not certain who will be the ultimate winner. A mocking look flashed in Li Xianxian's eyes. In life, you should learn to cut losses at the right time. Don't wait until you hit a wall to realize that it's time to turn back. Even if you scheme your heart out, in the end, it's all in vain. Why keep trying? Without hitting that wall, how will I know it's not about to fall? Responded Jing Xianjing, grinning. Xian, am I right? She would certainly win this battle. As for Li Xian, she was destined to be a stepping stone. Li Xian didn't take Jing Xianjing seriously, replied with a smile, then I wish for Sister Xianjing's complete victory. Jing Xianjing's face was filled with undisguised triumph. Li Xian continued, Xiao Wang, bring a chair. I want to sit and chat with Sister Xianjing. After speaking, Li Xian turned her head to look at Jing Xianjing and said apologetically, ever since I got pregnant, I've been very weak, I always feel tired. Xianjing, you wouldn't mind me sitting down to talk, would you? Jing Xianjing forced a smile, of course not. How could I mind? The chair was right next to them. She could just sit down if she wanted to. But Li Xian had to make a show out of it, solely to flex her power over Jing Xianjing. She was reminding Jing Xianjing that she was carrying Mo Baichuan's child, anything Jing Xianjing did would be in vain. Mockery flashed across Jing Xianjing's eyes. Just wait. The more triumphant Li Xian was now, the more desperate she would be later. Today was Mo Baichuan's wedding day, so a drama was about to be staged. Yang, as the aunt, had to be present, of course. At 10:30 a.m., Mo Qishan came to pick up Yang on his bicycle. The moment Yang opened the door, she saw Mo Qishan leaning against his bicycle smoking, emanating a strong and slender silhouette. Mo Qishan had outstanding features, a handsome face, refined and deep-set, knife-like cheekbones, each angle perfect. He was destined to be a ruler. Seeing Yang approaching, Mo Qishan instantly extinguished the unfinished cigarette between his fingers. Yang. Yang walked over and sat on the crossbar of the bicycle. Brother Mo, let's go. Mo Qishan's nose brushed gently over her hair, all right. With the beauty in his arms, Mo Qishan rode the bike slowly. Mo family home. The wedding was scheduled for 12:18 p.m. By 10 o'clock, all the guests had arrived. Today was Mo Baichuan's wedding, so naturally, the task of entertaining guests fell to Mo Rongping and Xiao Jiao. As for the old master and old lady Mo, all they had to do was enjoy the festivities and chat. Chapter 479, Big Slap in the Face on Sight. _2. Now that Baichuan has gotten married, who knows when we'll be able to celebrate your sixth child's wedding. The speaker was the Wang family's old lady, who generally didn't see eye to eye with the Mo family's old lady. Everyone knew that Mo Qishan had just been dumped by Zhao Jingrong. The Wang family's old lady's comment was obviously intended as scoffing. But the Mo family's old lady didn't seem to mind. Our sixth son's girlfriend is still young, and there's no hurry, she responded. Your sixth son has a girlfriend? The Wang family's old lady was taken aback. Not only was she surprised, but all the nearby observers were taken aback as well. Could a loser like Mo Qishan really find a girlfriend? What a sight to behold. The Mo family's old lady nodded. The young lady is only 18 years old this year, a whole 10 years younger than our sixth son. Mo Chishan was well over the hill, and to have found an 18-year-old girlfriend was definitely something for the Mo family's old lady to boast about. The Wang family's old lady continued, if your sixth son already has a girlfriend, then she must be here for such an important day. Erwin, why are you hiding this? You've got such a wonderful daughter-in-law, why not introduce her to us? Are you worried we might steal your family's prestige? On hearing this, the others around them nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation of the unfolding drama. Yes, watching the drama. What type of girlfriend could a loser like Mo Chishan find? Probably some low-class girl not fit for the social scene. So, everyone was eager for the Mo family's old lady to make a fool of herself. The Mo family had held their ground in Beijing for years, and people were grateful they still had their hopeless son to joke about, otherwise, the Mo family might completely monopolize Beijing. While some appeared friendly with the Mo family on the surface, they secretly wished for their downfall. The Mo family's old lady responded with a smile, our sixth son has gone to pick up the young lady. Don't be impatient, everyone. Erwin, it's almost 11 o'clock. They're not bailing, are they? Scoffed the Wang family's old lady, implying that it'd be shameful to showcase the undeserving girlfriend. Someone else chimed in, perhaps they're too intimidated by the crowd to show up. It's only natural for the young lady to be shy. Do you think we can compare just anyone to Jingrong? The mention of Zhao Jingrong brought a moment of silence. After all, she was Mo Chishan's ex-fiancée. Bringing her up in this setting was clearly an attempt to stir up trouble. Auntie, since you're so pleased with your sixth son's girlfriend, she must be even more beautiful than Sister Jingrong, right? The speaker was Zhao Jingrong's good friend, Sun Yulan. Zhao Jingrong's beauty was widely recognized amongst their circle. It would be difficult to find another woman more beautiful than her. Sun Yulan's words were clearly meant to embarrass the Mo family's old lady. The Mo family's old lady smiled at Sun Yulan, beauty is only skin deep. Some people may have pretty faces, but they are dishonest and do despicable things. What use is their beauty? Her words were a veiled insult to Sun Yulan and indirectly, Zhao Jingrong. Sun Yulan was taken aback, but she retorted, while that saying holds some truth, how many of us genuinely disregard appearance? Isn't it a consolation for those who can't have it? Her words were mocking the Mo family's old lady for bemoaning the loss of what she could not have. What kind of girlfriend could that loser Mo Chishan possibly get? Perhaps she's just some ugly, dull woman. If she were genuinely beautiful, the Mo family's old lady would not have been harping on about beauty only being skin deep. Someone nearby joined in the conversation, finding a suitable wife these days is no easy task. It's quite remarkable that your sixth son managed to find one. You shouldn't mind whether she's beautiful or not. Mrs. Liu is right, it doesn't matter if she's a bit ugly, as long as she can continue the family lineage. Everyone was chiming in with their mockery towards the Mo family's old lady. But the Mo family's old lady's demeanor didn't falter. Erwin, why haven't your sixth son and his girlfriend arrived yet? Could it be like they said, she was scared off and is too fearful to show up? Just then, two figures approached from outside the door. The Mo family's old lady's eyes lit up, gesturing to them, Yang Yang. Sixth. Mo Chishan was leading Ni Yang towards them. Mom. Chapter 480, Big Slap in the Face on Sight. _3. Ni Yang greeted following Hua, Aunt Mo. Ni Yang, you guys are here at last, Mo said. Mo Chishan said, we were held up on the way. Ni Yang's ears turned red for an instant, and she discreetly pinched Mo Chishan's waist. Mo Chishan maintained a calm expression, acting as if nothing happened. The elderly Madame Mo did not notice the exchange between them. She took Ni Yang's hand and introduced, Yang Yang, let me introduce you. This is Aunt Wang, Aunt Wu, Aunt Chao, and this is Sun Yulan from Aunt Qian's family. After finishing her introduction, Madame Mo turned to everyone and said, "This is Ni Yang, my sixth grandson's girlfriend." Ni Yang was dressed in a light blue cheongsam. Her black, shiny hair was braided into a beautiful fishtail, adorned with pearls. Draped over her shoulder, she did not wear any makeup, but her beauty took everyone's breath away. Thank the heavens for the gorgeous woman who lives in the valley. The appearance of Ni Yang made everyone feel uncomfortable. After all, just a few minutes before, they had mocked Mo Kishan's girlfriend in front of Madame Mo, calling her ugly. Unexpectedly, Mo Kishan had brought such a stunning beauty back home. Ni Yang politely greeted everyone. She conducted herself with elegance, overshadowing Sun Yulan, a fellow member of the elite. As another woman, it was inevitable to feel a touch of envy. Sun Yulan had never expected that Mo Kishan's girlfriend was not only prettier than her but even more beautiful than Zhao Jingrong. She had originally intended to slap Madame Mo for disrespecting Zhao Jingrong. Unexpectedly, the tables have turned, and she was the one who got slapped by Madame Mo. This scene was witnessed by Jing Xianjing. Jing Xianjing gestured Sun Yulan to come over. Sun Yulan quietly walked towards her. "Xianjing. Yulan, come over here." Sun Yulan moved closer to listen. Within Jing Xianjing's eyes, a calculating glint flashed as she whispered something quietly. What a splendid day. Not only did she get a chance to expose Li Xiangxian's true identity in public, but she could also embarrass Ni Yang to the last. Hearing this, Sun Yulan's eyes reflected a sense of smugness, and she said, "Thank you, Xianjing." Jing Xianjing replied with a smile, "My pleasure." "It'll go over now," said Sun Yulan. Jing Xianjing nodded. Sun Yulan returned to Ni Yang's side and continued the conversation. Yang, I heard you're just a junior high school student, right?" Ni Yang didn't avoid the question and nodded directly. A junior high school student? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions varied significantly. In this wealthy family, the lowest educational level among girls was a college degree, with many holding master's or doctoral degrees, and many had studied abroad. However, there were none who had only graduated from junior high school, except for Ni Yang. What's the use of being pretty? She's like a gorgeous but empty vase. Sun Yulan regained some of her confidence and said, Yang, girls should continue their study. I graduated from the #1 middle school, and since I was admitted to a university, I have some reputation there. Do you need my help to introduce you to the principal so that you can study again at #1 middle school? Thank you, but I don't need it. Ni Yang responded lightly, I am already an inserted student in the 3rd grade of #3 middle school. People waiting for a laugh were stunned. What? Ni Yang already entered #3 middle school? Was it arranged by the Mo family? However, the threshold for admission to #3 is high, with students usually entering based on their actual grades. If the Mo family wanted to make arrangements, they could probably only manage for admission to #1 middle school. Sun Yulan's face stiffened. She hadn't expected such a turn of events. Perhaps Ni Yang was just boasting. #3 middle school was not a place where one could enter just like that. Sun Yulan continued, which class are you in? I am in class 5. Class 5. What a coincidence. She could immediately expose Ni Yang's lie. Chu Yunyun, the daughter of Uncle Chu, is also in class 5 of #3, do you know her? Ni Yang went to class 5 only twice apart from the exams, how could she know all the students of class 5? Ni Yang said, I've just transferred there, so I'm not quite familiar with my classmates in class 5 yet. Really? Sun Yulan's smile seemed a bit strange. It's natural that you don't remember all your classmates, but Yunyun would definitely remember you. In Sun Yulan's opinion, Ni Yang was clearly panicking. It was because she was anxious that she claimed not to know Chu Yunyun. Chapter 481, Big Slap in the Face on Sight. _4. I'll go get Yunyun. On the side, one of the girls could hardly wait to see Ni Yang make a fool of herself. Exposing Ni Yang's lies in front of everyone would certainly make her extremely embarrassed. Chu Yunyun was quickly called over. As she walked in their direction, there was no joy in her eyes upon seeing her classmates. The triumphant look on Sun Yulan's face became more apparent. She knew very well that Chu Yunyun would definitely not know Ni Yang. The others also wore disdainful expressions while watching Ni Yang. Why learn bad habits at such a tender age? Having to resort to lying. She's too vain. While she's not a student at City No. 3 Middle School, she boasts about having passed their transfer student exam. Just then, Chu Yunyun, who had a plain expression at first, suddenly lit up and quickly walked over to Ni Yang, exclaiming in surprise, "Ni Yang. It really is you. I thought I had seen wrong just now." Chu Yunyun has severe myopia, so she didn't notice Ni Yang at the beginning, hence her indifference. Ni Yang smiled and nodded. Now, Sun Yulan's face hung in the balance. "Yunyun, do you know Yang Yang?" Chu Yunyun said, "Ni Yang is a well-known figure in our school. She ranks first in the transfer student exam. Not just me, nobody in the school would not know who Ni Yang is. After all, Ni Yang was ranked first, and she was beautiful. It was too hard for everyone to forget about her. Ranked first." Sun Yulan's face changed. She had no idea that Ni Yang would be so excellent. Now, instead of being the one to humiliate, she herself got humiliated. The faces of other people around were also not looking good. They originally wanted to witness a joke, but they were repeatedly left red-faced. At this moment, an elderly woman with white hair recognized Ni Yang. "Young lady, weren't you the girl who gifted the longevity picture at the last birthday feast?" The longevity picture that Ni Yang had presented last time had left a deep impression on everyone. Afterwards, some people who were uninformed even offered a handsome amount to buy the longevity picture, but they were refused by Mrs. Mo. Old Lady Mo chimed in, "Yes, yes, the one who presented the longevity picture was Yang Yang. Don't underestimate her age, she knows a lot. Xiaodai's illness was also cured by her." Old Lady Mo took the opportunity to extol Ni Yang. Aren't good daughters-in-law meant to be boasted about? Ni Yang ran into Li Xianxian on her way to the bathroom. To be precise, Li Xianxian had purposely sought her out. Ni Yang. Li Xianxian looked at Ni Yang, a triumphant smile on her face. "What's the matter?" Ni Yang raised her eyes slightly. Ni Yang, Li Xianxian proudly stuck out her tummy, impregnant. Ni Yang's tone was neutral, "I know. It's Mo Baichuan's child." Li Xianxian said, looking extremely pleased with herself. Yes. Li Xianxian was here to claim her sovereignty. From start to finish, she had never considered Jing Xianjing as a threat. Her real enemy was Ni Yang. After all, there was the precedent from the previous life. That's why she could not let her guard down. She couldn't let anyone snatch Mo Baichuan from her. "What is it that you want to say?" Ni Yang arched her eyebrows slightly, "I already know all that. Also, let me tell you a secret," Li Xianxian continued. "Do you know who Mo Baichuan really is?" Ni Yang remained silent. Li Xianxian, feeling elated, said, "He is Mr. Mog. And in the future, it'll be Mrs. Mog." Mrs. Mog. That was an enviable title to everyone. How does that concern me? Ni Yang was not concerned about who Mog was. In other words, it did not matter who Mr. Mog was. It had absolutely nothing to do with her. Li Xianxian curved up the corners of her mouth. Ni Yang, stop pretending, I know you are feeling miserable. But it's pointless for you to feel bad now. As long as Imbai bites you inside, you'll never stand a chance to snatch him away. The winner of this life is her. Yang was destined to be nothing more than a stepping stone. Yang also didn't get angry. Instead, she looked at her calmly with a smile. Seeing Yang's calm demeanor, Li Xianxian suddenly felt panic rising in her heart. She refused to believe that Yang would easily give up on Mo Baichuan. Now that she is married to Mo Baichuan, and in the future, only she will get to stay by Mo Qixin's side. Keeping Yang around would always pose a threat. It seems she needs to find a way to get rid of Yang. Li Xianxian squinted her eyes. Soon, it was 12 o'clock, and the wedding would start in just 18 minutes. The wedding was set to take place in the Mo family's back garden. By this time, everyone was heading towards the back garden. Yang and Mo Qixin were not in a hurry, following behind the crowd leisurely. Chapter 482, Big Slap in the Face on Sight. _5. Yang. Just then, someone slapped Yang's shoulder. Yan ran. Yang glanced back slightly, laughing. Yan ran, when did you get here? I had something up this morning, so I just got here. Feeling emptiness in his hand, Mo Qixin threw an unhappy glance at Li Yanran. Li Yanran was joking around with Yang, when she suddenly felt a chill and looked back, murmuring, strange, why do I feel like someone's watching me from behind? It's rather chilly. Yang laughed, who's looking at you? Your secret admirer. Mo Qixin, it's the person who wants to slap her to death. Bro. Xiaozhou came over from the other side, what's wrong with you, bro? Why the long face? It's your nephew's big day today, you should be happy. Mo Qixin squinted, you go and get her out of here. Who? Xiaozhou asked curiously. Li Yanran. Mo Qixin uttered coldly. Why send her away? Xiaozhou asked in confusion, isn't she happily chatting with Yang over there? You go your own way, she goes hers. She's not in your way. Why are you making things difficult for the girl? Have you been in love before? Mo Qixin looked at Xiaozhou, answering out of context. No. Xiaozhou shook his head. Do you want to get a girlfriend? Mo Qixin asked again. Yes. Xiaozhou said excitedly, bro, why don't you teach me how to find a girlfriend? My requirements aren't high. Any girl will do. He has been unable to find one. Mo Qixin sighed, you better prepare to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Why? Xiaozhou was heartbroken. Mo Qixin said, because you don't have what it takes to be in a relationship. The wedding auditorium was divided into two sides by a long aisle covered in red carpet. As soon as Yang sat down, Mo Baichuan, standing on the stage rehearsing lines with the MC, saw him. Yang came after all. Mo Baichuan thought Yang wouldn't show up. He squinted, a touch of wariness flickering in his eyes. He absolutely couldn't let Yang ruin their wedding. Seeing Yang finally settled down, Mo Qixin quickly sat down next to him. Yang was chatting with Li Yanran, while Mo Qixin was lowering his gaze, counting her fingers one by one, playing with them in his hand. Her slender fingers, with no color on the nails, were lovely with their faint pink whiteness. They were as delicate as rows of small seashells. 12:18, the wedding ceremony officially began. With the MC's introduction, Mo Baichuan and Li Xianxian, dressed in a Western-style wedding dress, slowly emerged from backstage. The flower children were scattering petals ahead. A round of applause erupted from below the stage. Upon seeing Yang made no move from below the stage, Mo Baichuan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a twinge of disappointment in his heart. He couldn't explain why. He clearly didn't look forward to Ni Yang disrupting the wedding. Yet when Ni Yang made no move, he grew anxious. Was Ni Yang planning something big? That's why he hadn't made another move yet. After the MC's introduction and interaction, the next part was the priest's vow. Ni Yang glanced at Jing Xianjing nonchalantly. Jing Xianjing was staring intently at the stage, her face focused as if deep in thought. Ni Yang picked up a cup of tea and took a gentle sip. Just then, the priest's voice came through the air. Mr. Mo Baichuan, in poverty, illness, difficulty, pain, wealth, health, joy, happiness, do you vow to not abandon Miss Li Xianxian and to love and cherish her lifelong? Before Mo Baichuan could answer, a clear female voice sounded from below the stage, wait. The smile on Li Xianxian's face instantly froze at the corners of her mouth, and she glanced down at the stage. She had been worried about Ni Yang causing trouble at the wedding. She had never expected that the person causing trouble was Jing Xianjing. What was Jing Xianjing trying to do? A sense of dread suddenly surged in Li Xianxian's heart. Ma'am, do you have a question? The priest looked at Jing Xianjing. Jing Xianjing smiled, I just wanted to give the bride a personal wedding gift before the vows. Saying this, Jing Xianjing walked towards the stage. Dressed in a bright red gown, she was quite ostentatious, stealing the limelight from the bride. What was supposed to be just a regular wedding, no one expected, would churn out such a scene. Chapter 483, Big Slap in the Face on Sight. _6. No one knew what Jing Xianjing was up to. Old Mrs. Xing looked at Jing Lingling with a pale face. Lingling, what does Xianjing want to do? Jing Lingling said, Mom, don't worry, Xianjing is a sensible girl, she won't do anything outrageous. Old Mrs. Xing continued, are you mother and daughter hiding something from me? No, Mom, Jing Lingling responded with a smile. Mom, you are overthinking. Old Mrs. Xing frowned. What is Xianjing doing on the stage? She doesn't know how many eyes are watching her from under the stage. Her every word and move represents the Jing family. Any slight misstep would give people a handle against us. Zheng Lingling said, Baichuan and Xianjing have grown up together. Now that Baichuan is getting married, it's only right that Xianjing prepares a small gift. Is it really just giving a gift? Old Mrs. Xing continued. Zheng Lingling smiled and said, Mom, you'll see. Old Mrs. Xing was very worried, fearing that Jing Xianjing would do something outrageous. Ni Yang sat in the audience, eating the sunflower seeds peeled by Mo Qishan, while watching the stage. Yang, what do you think Jing Xianjing wants to do? Li Yanran scooted closer with curiosity on her face. Do you think Jing Xianjing is trying to elope? Ni Yang responded calmly, didn't Jing Xianjing say she has a big gift? Big gift? Li Yanran said, looks more like Jing Xianjing wants to make a scene at the wedding. Who would dress more flashy than the bride on her wedding day? There was clearly malicious intent. The audience was getting excited. The priest, prompted by Li Xianxian's hinted glance, turned to Jing Xianjing. Miss Xing, could you deliver your gift privately so as not to postpone the auspicious time? Jing Xianjing replied, I won't be long. Look, the gift is coming. A child around 5 or 6 was slowly approaching from the end of the red carpet. Upon seeing Li Xianxian, his steps suddenly quickened. Mom. He ran over and hugged Li Xianxian. The color on Li Xianxian's face changed drastically in a moment, but quickly reverted back to normal. Stay calm, she can't panic, that little bastard is long dead. There must be some misunderstanding here. The audience exchanged glances, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Li Xianxian bent low and tenderly looking at Fua, little friend, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I didn't mistake you for someone else. You are my mom. Fua's eyes reddened all of a sudden. Mom, don't you want Fua anymore? Fua. Zhou Fua. It was as if Li Xianxian had been doused with a bucket of icy water from head to toe, chilling her to the bone. How is this little bastard still alive? As a reborn individual, Li Xianxian never left any risks for herself. In her memory of the future, Zhou Tianbao's legs were broken due to a theft, and due to not receiving prompt medical treatment, he eventually died from an infected wound. And Zhou Fua disappeared without a trace after Zhou Tianbao's death. According to her memories from the future, Zhou Tianbao and Zhou Fua had been in trouble for over a month. So why was Zhou Fua still perilously standing here? This must be Zheng Xianjing trying to scare her with a decoy. Li Xianxian put in great effort to maintain her smile, saying softly, "Little friend, you really have me mistaken for someone else." Zheng Xianjing looked at Li Xianxian with a mocking expression in her eyes. Li Xianxian. "Oh, no, Comrade Sun Dalian, don't you recognize your own son whom you carried for 10 months? Chapter 484, Green Hat. _1. Sun Dalian. Upon hearing these 3 words, Li Xianxian's face turned white. Zheng Xianjing knew. Zheng Xianjing knew about the secret she had tried desperately to hide. What now? Li Xianxian had never dreamt that Zheng Xianjing would know about this. The audience below the stage were all shocked. The bride actually had a son. His real name was Sun Dalian. In other words, Mo Baichuan actually married a woman who was already used. This was too explosive. Li Xianxian tried hard to calm herself down. She turned to look at Zheng Xianjing and frowned. "Sister Xianjing, I know you've always liked Baichuan, and you even tried to harm me with drugs because of this. Now you're here spouting nonsense. The guests present here are not fools, do you think they will believe you?" At this moment, Li Xianxian had to hold her ground. She couldn't let Zheng Xianjing get her way. No one could ruin her wedding. Zheng Xianjing only brought Zhou Fua, which meant that Zhou Tianbao was already dead. Zhou Tianbao was dead, so what could a young child possibly do? With this thought, Li Xianxian felt a bit more relieved. Upon hearing her words, the anger on Mo Baichuan's face gradually dissipated. Yes, he had misunderstood Li Xianxian once. At a time like this, he couldn't let Li Xianxian be wronged again. Zheng Xianjing, like Ni Yang, was determined to marry him and so had tried every means to undermine Li Xianxian. "Xianjing, stop causing trouble." Mo Baichuan looked at Zheng Xianjing, his eyes full of warning. Zheng Xianjing said, "Brother Baichuan, I'm not causing trouble. I'm very clear about what I'm doing. It wasn't me who framed Li Xianxian last time, it was her setting me up. Li Xianxian is not a good woman at all, she abandoned her husband and her child. She doesn't deserve you. Last time, if it wasn't for Li Xianxian deliberately misleading her, she wouldn't have fallen into Li Xianxian's trap. This time, she would not let this mean woman continue to get her way." Li Xianxian looked at Mo Baichuan with a wronged expression, like someone trying to find a reason to frame her. The occurrence of this incident at the wedding made the faces of the elder Mr. and Mrs. Mo quite embarrassed. The faces of Mo Romping and Xiao Jiao turned even uglier. Zheng Xianjing had really crossed the line this time. Could she just make such accusations about abandoning husband and children? From their understanding of Li Xianxian over this period, she was not such a person. She was gentle, kind, understanding, respectful to elders, and an extraordinary daughter-in-law. Xiao Jiao had no daughters of her own, and through the time they had spent together, she had come to regard Li Xianxian as her own daughter, and she absolutely did not believe that Li Xianxian would do such a thing. Zheng Xianjing insulting Li Xianxian like this, wasn't it like slapping the Mo family in the face? "Auntie Zheng, is Xianjing not feeling well lately? Does she know what she's doing?" Xiao Jiao walked over to Mrs. Zheng and asked calmly while suppressing her anger. Madame Zheng was so angry that her face turned white. She started to cough violently and turned to Zheng Lingling. You, go call Xianjing back. Tell her to stop causing trouble. Zheng Lingling responded, Mom, don't be angry for now. Sister-in-law, just be a little more patient. You've watched Xianjing grow up since she was little. Do you think she's the type of person to talk nonsense? Xiao Jiao asserted angrily, I believe Xian is not that kind of person. Sister-in-law, there's no smoke without fire. One should judge a person on more than just their appearance. Zheng Lingling continued, the innocent reveals itself. If Li Xianxian is truly innocent, then no matter what, we can't wrongly accuse her. Xiao Jiao warned, Lingling, our two families are old friends, but let me speak bluntly today. When it turns out that it's Xianjing making something out of nothing, you must apologize to Xianxian and clear her name. At this stage, only if the Zheng family personally stepped in to apologize to Li Xianxian could the situation be salvaged. Zheng Lingling nodded, sister-in-law, rest assured. If it does turn out to be that Xianjing tried to frame someone for no reason, we will personally apologize to Li Xianxian and ask her forgiveness, Xiao Jiao snorted coldly. On the wedding stage, Fuwa tugged at Li Xianxian's skirt, begging, Mom, please don't abandon me and Dad. The episode stirred up such a fuss that the guests started to discuss amongst themselves. Mo Baichuan's gaze involuntarily moved towards Ni Yang. Amid the unexpected turn of events at the wedding, the happiest person should be Ni Yang, right? Chapter 485, Green Hat. _2. I wonder if Ni Yang and Jing Xianjing together designed this stunt. After all, they're birds of a feather. Mo Baichuan narrowed his eyes. Little fellow. Li Xianxian looked at Fuwa gently, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm really not your mother. Amidst his crying, Fuwa insisted, you are. You are my mother. You really are my mother. Li Xianxian left when Zhou Fuwa was barely a year old, an infant. What could an infant remember? These words were surely Jing Xianjing's doing. Reunited with her biological son after 6 years, Li Xianxian felt not the expected emotional stirrings, but endless regret. She regretted leaving too hurriedly and not ending the little monster's life. If only she had killed him, there would be no troubles like these today. From above, Jing Xianjing watched Li Xianxian, an expression full of mockery on her face. Li Xianxian, you heartless witch. You're so desperate to marry into a wealthy family, you won't even acknowledge your own child. Jing Xianjing. Li Xianxian shot up, her eyes locked onto Xianjing. Today is my wedding day. That's why I've been tolerating you. But be warned, I may behave like a pushover, but am not. Push me one more time and you'll see my wrath. If she continued bearing everything in silence, Xianjing might mistake her for a sick cat. With a small laugh, Xianjing continued, Li Xianxian, stop pretending. Your real name is Sun Dalian, currently 21 years old. At 16, you had a son, Zhou Fuwa, with Zhou Tianbao from your village. At 17, you abandoned Zhou Tianbao and Fuwa, and came to Beijing alone, changing your name to Li Xianxian. She paused, furthermore, as far as I know, you're not an orphan. Your mother's name is Li Shu, and your father Sun Shiwu, who just recently was imprisoned for murder. The only reason you've concealed your identity and name is because you're scared people would uncover your past of deserting your husband and child and having a murderer for a father. A wave of blood seemed to surge painfully through Li Xianxian's body. She had come prepared, but never anticipated Xianjing would know so much about her past. How did Jing Xianjing know all this? Why was Jing Xianjing out to ruin her? With a small smile, Jing Xianjing asked, Sun Dalian, do you still claim that I'm making all this up? There were murmurs of astonishment from the crowd. No one had expected Li Xianxian to have such a past. Even the elder Mo's were deeply shocked. Xiao Jiao's face twitched. Gauging by Xianjing's sure tone, could it be true? You are making it all up. You just love Baichuan. The sole purpose of your actions is jealousy because I am marrying Baichuan. Li Xianxian, tears streaming down her face, defended, I know I'm not matched for you, being from a rich family. But I am now carrying Baichuan's child. A child needs a father. Sister Xianjing, I beg you to stop pushing me. Can you let me and my child live? With her final words, Li Xianxian fell to her knees. Many guests had been invited to the wedding, but only a few close to the Mo family knew that Li Xianxian was pregnant. Her words held two meanings. She made herself the victim, and revealed her pregnancy to everyone present. Since she was pregnant, no matter what happened, the Mo family should not ignore her. Her words instantly swayed the pendulum in her favor. People are inclined to sympathize with the weak. Witnessing Li Xianxian kneeling down, the crowd instinctively sided with her. Li Xianxian is so pitiful. She has been forced into this state by Jing Xianjing. Jing Xianjing is shameless. Mo Baichuan is already getting married, but she still can't let him go. Suddenly the scapegoat of public criticism, Jing Xianjing steadied herself, then responded, Son Dalian, there's undeniable evidence of your relationship with Fua. He's your son and you can't abandon him. Also, your father in prison, Sun Shiwu, I believe he would recognize his own daughter. Oh, and there's also your previous man, Zhou Tianbao. Zhou Tianbao. Is Zhou Tianbao not dead? Who's Zhou Tianbao? I don't know her. Li Xianxian strongly denied, still kneeling on the ground. Chapter 486, Green Hat. _3. Sun Dalian. I could forgive you for being unfaithful. But now you even deny our own son, Fua. Have you no heart left? An angry voice suddenly erupts from the crowd. Everyone turns towards the source of the voice and sees the frail figure of Zhou Tianbao. Daddy! Upon seeing Zhou Tianbao, Fua breaks into a smile through his tears and joyfully runs towards him. Daddy, I found Mommy. But Mommy doesn't want me anymore. His words trail off into sadness. Is it because Fua's not good enough? That's why Mommy doesn't want Fua anymore. Zhou Tianbao picks up Fua and slowly approaches Li Xianxian. From the crowd, Li Yanran excitedly exclaims, I knew that Li Xianxian wasn't any good. I didn't expect that she even has a son. And that she abandoned both her husband and her son. TSK, she is truly shameless. Ni Yang remains silent, his expression indifferent, as if he stands apart from the crowd. Mo Qixin, standing next to him, is even more composed. Yang, do you want some sunflower seeds? No. Ni Yang shakes his head. Well, how about some grapes? You must be thirsty from eating sunflower seeds for so long. As he speaks, Mo Qixin begins to peel grapes for Ni Yang and even brings a grape up to his lips. Bro, Xiaozhou nudges Mo Qixin's shoulder, with all this happening to the Mo family, aren't you worried at all? At this point of crisis, Mo Qixin is surprisingly still in the mood to peel grapes. If Xiaozhou hadn't known Mo Qixin since elementary school, he would be convinced that Mo Qixin's family name was Ni, not Mo. Mo Qixin replies indifferently, what good would it do if I were to worry? Instead of that, I might as well do something worthwhile. With that, he turns back to peeling grapes for Ni Yang. Xiaozhou, so, doing something worthwhile means peeling grapes for Ni Yang. It's obvious that Mo Qixin will be henpecked if he ever gets married. From the corner of her eye, she watches Zhou Tianbao slowly approaching her. Cold sweat breaks out along Li Xiangxian's spine. Why didn't Zhou Tianbao die? Why is Zhou Tianbao still alive? The sight of Zhou Tianbao brings back unbearable memories for Li Xianxian. What can she do now? No. Everything she had worked so hard to achieve, she couldn't let someone else take it all away. She can't lose. I don't know you. Li Xianxian stares at Zhou Tianbao and his son. You are actors hired by Jing Xianjing. I have no quarrel with you. Why are you doing this to me? Beichuan, get them out of here. Li Xianxian struggles to her feet, and like a drowning person clutching at straws, she grabs Mo Baichuan's arm. Zhou Tianbao looks at Mo Baichuan. So you're the woman who stole my wife. You and her deserve each other. Your evil deeds will come back to haunt you. Zhou Tianbao is dark and thin with a stooped back. He looks at least 40 or 50 years old. How could Li Xianxian possibly be attracted to him? Mo Baichuan frowns and barks angrily. Where is security? Get this madman out of here. In this age, security is a burgeoning industry. In common parlance, they are referred to as door guards, but among the elite circles, the term security is starting to catch on. Hearing this, 5 or 6 security guards immediately approach from the crowd. Zhou Tianbao puts down Zhou Fua and grabs Li Xiangxian's arm. If I have to leave, I'll take my wife with me. Mommy. Zhou Fua bursts into tears and clings to Li Xiangxian's leg. I want mommy. They are kidnapping. The Mo family is kidnapping people. Is there no justice left in this world? Calls of protest and cries of alarm mix into a confusing cacophony. Li Xianxian is panicking. She is truly panicking now. Her wedding dress is ruined. Her makeup smears. Her meticulously planned event is ruined. Does she really have to give up? All of you, stop. The elderly Mrs. Mo strides onto the stage, sharply rapping her cane on the floor. With the situation spiraling out of control, Madame Mo has no choice but to take control. The formidable command of a woman who had been through battles in her youth resonates through the room. As soon as she speaks, a hushed silence falls over the crowd. Madam, I can tell you are a person who can resolve things. Please, you must help us father and son. Zhou Tianbao breaks into sobs as he approaches Madame Mo. Madam, please give me back my mother. Fua steps forward and tugs at the edge of Mrs. Mo's dress. Chapter 487, Green Hat. _4. Fua, skinny and small, showed tear streaks on his face to the point that it was heartbreaking for Mo family's old lady to watch, especially if what he was saying was all true. Then Li Xianxian was absolutely inhuman. Grandma, I truly don't know these people. Li Xianxian kneeled down and seized the old lattice wrist. Be quiet. The old lady turned her gaze towards Zhou Tianbao and his son, Fua, continuing, You say Li Xianxian is your wife, do you have any proof? Did you get a marriage certificate? Zhou Tianbao started to calm down. Son Dalian started living with me when she was 16. We didn't have a marriage certificate back then, but I have this. Having said this, he took out a photograph from his pocket and handed it to the old lady. Although the photo was in black and white, it did not affect its clarity. The people clearly visible in the picture were Li Xianxian and Zhou Tianbao. This picture was taken in the photography studio in town on the day when Li Xianxian and Zhou Tianbao were together. If Li Xianxian had known this day would come, she would never have agreed to take this picture. Even now, she never quite understood, why on earth would she have chosen someone like Zhou Tianbao? Why couldn't she have been reborn earlier? If she had been, she absolutely would not have set eyes on Zhou Tianbao. The moment he saw the photograph, Mo Baichuan's face abruptly changed. Every other piece of evidence could be faked. But the photo could not be. In this era, Photoshop technology has not yet been invented. The others in the audience stretched their necks, straining to get a view of the photograph and whispering amongst themselves. This person is not me. Grandma, this person is not me. Li Xianxian shook her head, her face pale, and pulled at Mo Baichuan's sleeve. Baichuan, believe me. Baichuan. The old lady maintained her composure, continuing, what can a single photograph prove? Li Xianxian currently had the Mo family's legitimate great-grandson in her belly, so the old lady knew she had to tread carefully. Zhou Tianbao said, I know another secret. The old lady said, what secret? Zhou Tianbao cast a glance at Li Xianxian. Sun Dalian has a red birthmark on the left side of her chest. The chest was a private area. Li Xianxian kept denying knowing Zhou Tianbao, so how did he know about this? Mo Baichuan's face darkened, looking incredibly ugly upon realizing he had been duped by Li Xianxian, who fooled him with her virginity claims when he was drunk. A woman who intended to marry into the Mo family while being married and having a child, how deluded could she be? She had utterly humiliated him in front of so many people. As the old lady watched Mo Baichuan's face growing steadily more serious, she became certain that Zhou Tianbao was not lying. Zhou Tianbao went on, if you don't believe me, we can do a blood test. Modern medicine is so advanced, we can also do a DNA test. Sun Dalian truly is my wife, my son's mother. It took so much for our poor family to get a daughter-in-law, I'm begging you, please give her back to me. The old lady's face was grave. She had never dreamed that Li Xianxian would turn out to be such a fickle, ruthless, scheming woman. She still remembered the first time she saw Li Xianxian at the entrance to the normal university. At that time, Li Xianxian had happened to come by and fed her a piece of candy to aid her during a fainting spell brought on by low blood sugar. Li Xianxian claimed she was an orphan with no parents since childhood, which made the old lady feel some pity for her. Gradually, she grew to like the sensible good girl and even had her go to the base to help Mo Baichuan, set them up together. Thinking about it now, she realized it was likely that Li Xianxian had been calculating and using her from the very beginning. Such people were really terrifying. The old lady furrowed her brows. Li Xianxian, now in tears again, grabbed Mo Baichuan's hand, all lies, everything he said is lies. Baichuan, I am carrying your child, you can't abandon me. Zheng Xianjing stepped up to Mo Baichuan, waved off Li Xianxian's hand, and said, Brother Baichuan, don't let her trick you. This kind of fickle woman, whose child she's carrying in her belly, who knows? Li Xianxian was swatted down to the ground where she writhed in pain, clutching her stomach. Zheng Xianjing took out a colored photo from her bag to Mo Baichuan, Brother Baichuan, take a look at this. Mo Baichuan just felt green with rage and disgust, he really wished he could just strangle Li Xianxian right there. Chapter 488, Green Hat. _5. No wonder he had no memories after being drunk, yet Li Ting insisted that he kept holding Li Xianxian's hand. As it turned out, Li Xianxian and Li Ting had been in cahoots all along. Mo Baichuan clenched his fists, suppressing the rage in his heart. He could never have imagined that his best friend would betray him one day. From Mrs. Mo's point of view, she could see the picture clearly. Her face turned pale instantly, but she held back her anger due to the presence of so many people, and told Zhou Tianbao, take her away. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Zhou Tianbao continuously expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. Grandma. Grandma. You can't do this. I carry the flesh and blood of the Mo family in my womb. Li Xianxian clung to Mrs. Mo's leg, crying out. Mom. Xiao Jiao and Mo Romping walked up to Mrs. Mo. No matter what, Li Xianxian was carrying the Mo family's child. Even if Li Xianxian really did something wrong, they should let her give birth to the child first. An innocent child. How could they allow their child to be abandoned? The child became Li Xianxian's last bargaining chip. Mrs. Mo sighed and said to Xianjing, show the picture to your uncles and aunts. Upon seeing the picture, disbelief spread across the faces of Xiao Jiao and Mo Rongping. They originally thought that even if Li Xianxian had previously been married and had children, the Mo family couldn't reject the child she carried now. What they didn't expect was that this child wasn't Mo Baichuan's at all. Li Xianxian was just a promiscuous woman. Xiao Jiao, losing her temper, slapped Li Xianxian's face. Regardless of her good upbringing, she couldn't contain her anger at this moment. Bitch! You bitch! Li Xianxian's head was skewed from the slap, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She collapsed onto the ground. Her face was as pale as a piece of dry wood. Why? Why did it have to be this way? Dalian, let's go home. Zhou Tianbao came over and tried to lift Li Xianxian. Get away. Li Xianxian glared at Zhou Tianbao, don't touch me. Mo Baichuan looked at the security guard nearby, ordering them coldly, get her out of here. Yes, sir. The bodyguards immediately stepped forward, lifting Li Xianxian up by her arms and dragging her away, like she was a dead dog. Li Xianxian was a pregnant woman, how could she possibly resist two men? All she could do was shout out in vain. But no one behind her responded. Xing Xianjing. It was all because of that bitch Xing Xianjing. If it were not for her, the wedding would have gone on perfectly today. She should not have underestimated her. She should not have disregarded Xing Xianjing. She must make Xing Xianjing pay the price. She must. Mrs. Mo looked at the guests below the stage and apologized, I'm terribly sorry. Our Mo family failed to discern people's true colors, making all of you witness such a farce. The ruckus for today ends here. Please move to the front hall. The crowd was bustling as everyone moved towards the front hall. After such an incident, they naturally wouldn't want to stay at the Mo household any longer. In a blink of an eye, the previously lively Mo family home became eerily quiet. Mrs. and Mr. Mo, the couple of Mo Rongping and Xiao Jiao, along with the other sons and daughters-in-law of the Mo family were all sitting solemnly in the living room. This incident had somewhat impacted the reputation of the Mo family. Where's Chuan? Mrs. Mo turned to ask Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao sighed, Chuan is upset, he should have gone back to his room. Mrs. Mo continued, I am also to blame for this. If I hadn't forcibly pushed Sun Dalian toward Chuan in the first place, none of this would have happened. Now that it had come to this, Mrs. Mo was racked with remorse. It was all her fault. She had misunderstood people's intentions. Xiao Jiao said, Mom, you can't blame yourself, you were just considering Chuan's interests. The one to blame is Sun Dalian for her deep scheming. She even deceived me. Who would believe that Li Xianxian was such a person if they didn't see it with their own eyes? She hid it too well. Li Xianxian was dragged to the entrance of the Mo family's mansion by the security and Zhou Tianbao. The departing guests, passing by Li Xianxian, had nothing but contempt, mockery, and disdain in their eyes. All kinds of looks were woven together, like a sharp sword. This kind of harm was far more damaging than any verbal attack. Feeling everyone's gaze, Li Xianxian only wanted to hide in a crevice. She was laying on the ground, her hands tightly clenched, gripping a large handful of dirt, her once pristine fingernails stained. Her present appearance bore no resemblance to her former self. She couldn't lose. She couldn't afford to lose. How could Xiaxian lose after all she had strived to achieve to date? She would make Xing Xianjing meet an awful end. A mocking female voice overhead echoed, Why is the bride lying on the ground? Li Xianxian looked up and saw Xing Xianjing's smug face. Xing Xianjing bent down and whispered, Li Xianxian, or rather, I should call you Sun Dalian now. I told you before, I will marry the person I want to marry. You're no match for me. At last, Li Xianxian had been pulled down from her pedestal. How could Xing Xianjing not be delighted deep within? Li Xianxian stared at her fixedly, her eyes wide open, as though she intended to dislodge them from her eye sockets. Xing Lingling walked over from the side, jeering, Xianjing, why waste time on such a person? You might tarnish your eyes. Let's go. Okay, Mom. I'm coming. Xing Xianjing stood up and walked over to Xing Lingling. After the mother-daughter duo departed confidently, Li Xianxian stared at their retreating figures, her spiteful gaze as if wanting to pierce through them. Bitch! Li Xianxian's arm was violently pulled up. The one pulling Li Xianxian's arm was none other than Zhou Tianbao. Li Xianxian was pulled along by him while Zhou Fuo followed, looking at Li Xianxian with indifference. On reaching Walled Road, Zhou Tianbao locked Li Xianxian in a room and started beating her. Let go of me. Zhou Tianbao, please let me go. Li Xianxian lay wounded on the ground, pleading with Zhou Tianbao. Hearing this, Zhou Tianbao responded by delivering a vicious kick to Li Xianxian. Dream on, you wretch. I'll never let you go in this lifetime. Li Xianxian's white wedding gown had turned black now. News of this event quickly spread throughout Beijing's social circles. The Writers' Association was also swiftly informed. Li Xianxian had quite a reputation in the literary world. An article she had published recently had even amazed the literary community's seniors, leading them to personally commend it. How could someone who could write such excellent articles commit such an act? Where is Li Xianxian now? Bring her over quickly. Such talent is encountered once in 100 years. We simply can't let her just perish. People in the literary world discovered the distraught and ragged Li Xianxian at Walled Road immediately. Upon meeting the literary figures, Li Xianxian's previously dull eyes brightened. She almost forgot she had another identity, a writer. In the literary world, Li Xianxian was treated with great respect. For a brief moment, it seemed like Li Xianxian returned to her glorious days of old. In those few days, Li Xianxian produced another masterpiece of 30,000 words in a single stride and planned to submit it to the chairman after revising. In the chairman's office. Mr. Chairman, there is a gentleman calling himself Mr. Mo outside, along with a little girl who wishes to see you. The chairman of the literary world was a very kind middle-aged man. Hearing this, he put down his pen and asked, "What do they want from me?" The assistant hesitated, then said, "It's about plagiarism. In this circle, plagiarism is a major concern." The chairman immediately said, "Bring them in to see me right away." Chapter 489, Continuous Face Slapping. _1. As it was a matter of plagiarism, the chief took the meeting with great seriousness. The visitors appeared to be a father and daughter duo. The man was elegant and handsome, with an invisible aura that demanded attention. The child he held by the hand was exquisite. Yet still, whenever glimpsed through the eyes of the child, it was the man who reflected through. It was no one else, but Immortality and Immortality. Hello. The chief greeted first. He had met countless people in his life, and he could tell this man was not ordinary. Hello, Chief Liu. The man nodded slightly. Please sit. The chief turned to the assistant, "Go and pour Mr. Mo some tea." All right. The assistant turned to make the tea. Mo Chishan didn't immediately respond to the Chief Liu. Instead, he introduced, "This is my niece Mo Hyuri, pen name Butterfly Fly." Pen name Butterfly Fly. This little girl looked to be under 10. Was she already writing at such a young age? Mo Hudi greeted politely, "Hello, Uncle Chief." "Hello, little butterfly fly." Within their circle, everyone referred to each other by their pen names. At this, Chief Lu turned again to Mo Chishan. "May I ask Mr. Mo, are you here to defend little butterfly fly?" Despite having not introduced his own pen name, Mo Chishan first introduced Mo Hudi, hinting that he was here for her, not himself. At this point, Chief Lu was becoming curious. What type of work could come from someone so young as Mo Hudi? Mo Chishan nodded slightly, handing over 2 prepared notebooks to Chief Lu. "You will understand if you take a look at these." The notebooks were thick with writing, innocent scribbles maturing to graceful, spirited handwriting, tracking the growth of a little girl. Chief Lu read with great concentration, his face growing more rigid. "Does Chief Lu think he's seen these somewhere before?" Mo Chishan interjected at the right time. "These were all written by Butterfly Fly." Chief Lu was both shocked and incredulous. "Yes." Mo Chishan nodded. Chief Lu continued, "But these are the works of Li Xianxian, one of our association's authors." This was before the internet and communication was not as developed. The distribution of literary works depended on newspapers and physical publications. There had been instances of plagiarism, albeit a small percentage. It would have been believable if Mo Hudi was accused of plagiarizing Li Xianxian, but vice versa was indeed hard to fathom. After all, Mo Hudi was merely a preteen girl. Ordinarily, a child of her age could barely read, let alone produce works of such caliber. With a steady expression, Mo Chishan said, "It was Li Xianxian who stole Shao Dai's works." Chief Liu's face darkened. That's impossible." He had always admired Li Xianxian's talent, he was a fan, he simply could not accept that she would plagiarize. Observing Chief Liu's thoughts, Mo Chishan continued, "Chief Liu, you must not dismiss her talent simply due to Shao Dai's age. These works are all products of Shao Dai's hard work. I've heard that Chief Liu is a person who values talent, and I hope you can be objective in handling this." Chief Liu adjusted the glasses on his nose. "I can't label Li Xianxian as a plagiarizer based on your one-sided account. We need to investigate this matter. Plagiarism is serious. It shouldn't be decided lightly." Also, Mo Hudi's works hadn't been published yet, whereas Li Xianxian's work had already been in circulation for several months. If you were to pinpoint someone as plagiarizing, it would seem that Mo Hudi was the one who plagiarized. Suggesting that Li Xianxian plagiarized was a claim that didn't hold water. Mo Chishan frowned. "I understand Chief Liu's concern. The reason Shao Dai's works have not been published is due to a health issue. She has been bedridden for a while. It is during this period that Li Xianxian plagiarized Shao Dai's original work and beat us to publication." Mo Chishan quickly summarized Mo Hudi's situation to Chief Liu. "Mr. Mo, everything requires evidence. You claim Li Xianxian plagiarized, and she can sue you for defamation. There's no evidence of plagiarism, but the defamation is a fact. These are the works that Shao Dai created a year ago. They are now under review for publication by Pin Literature Publishing House." Mo Chishan handed over a document. Chief Liu was shocked as he looked through the handed documents. He found it hard to believe that this work came from the hands of a child in her early teens. Did you really write this?" Chief Liu crouched down to eye level with Mo Hudi. Chapter 490, Constant Face Slapping. _2. Mo Hudi nodded. Chair Liu continued, "Can you tell me, what was your initial intention in writing this piece?" Mo Hudi responded, "When I was writing this article, I was seriously ill, being tormented daily. The most relaxed time during the day was probably when I was writing. Reality was too cruel, so I filled my words with all the beautiful things. I hope there's no illness in this world, and everyone is happy." In Mo Hudi's words, there was not a trace of negativity towards life. If one didn't witness her plight firsthand, it would be hard to believe that such resonant prose actually came from a little girl bedridden with illness. Chair Lu was taken aback. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. Chair Lu stood up, adjusted his glasses and said, "Come in." The person outside the door came in and walked up to Chair Lu, handing him a document. "Chair, this is a manuscript that Comrade Li Xianxian stayed up all night to complete." As Chair Lu put a lot of emphasis on Li Xianxian, all her new works were delivered to him as soon as they were completed. Chair Lu reached out to take the document. After flipping through a few pages, his face suddenly turned unsightly. Because the work that Li Xianxian just completed was exactly the same as the work that Mo Huti had written a year ago. Yet, many sentences in Li's piece lacked the beauty of Huti's original, and had a forced, pieced-together feel. If Chair Lu hadn't seen Mo Huti's original manuscript, he would definitely be awed by Li Xianxian's genius once again. But now, Chair Lu felt embarrassed and angry. Unexpectedly, the author he personally promoted turned out to be a plagiarist. Chair Lu placed the document on the desk and said, "You go out first." The assistant was stunned. Chair Liu's reaction was too calm. Didn't he intend to praise Li Xianxian? What about the publication fee and the prize money? If it were in the past, Chair Lu would definitely lavish Li Xianxian with praise. "You go out first." Chair Lu repeated. "Oh, okay." The assistant finally reacted and turned to leave the room. After the assistant left, Chair Lu looked at Imo Qishan and said apologetically, "Mr. Imo, rest assured, I will definitely seek justice for Huti." Chair Liu's change from addressing Huti as "kid" to "comrade" suggested his acknowledgement of Mo Huti. "Alright," Imo Qishan nodded, "I trust in Chair Liu's handling of matters." Chair Lu went on, "Also, could these original manuscripts stay with me for a few days?" "Of course." Mo Qishan continued, "Then I will not bother Chair Lu anymore, shall I? Say goodbye to Chair Lu." "Goodbye Chair Lu." After Mo Qishan and Mo Huti left, Chair Lu compared Mo Huti's other works with Li Xianxian's work again. Before he had only skimmed through it briefly and didn't notice any differences. But now, having made a comparison, the quality was immediately distinguishable. Li Xianxian's work only copied the rough idea, but didn't capture the essence. Whereas Mo Huti's work was authentic and original. Chair Lu was very angry. All his life he appreciated talent, and held great expectations for Li Xianxian, but he never thought Li Xianxian would plagiarize. Li Xianxian was waiting in her room for Chair Liu's praise. Seeing the assistant return empty-handed, with no sign of Chair Lu following behind, she asked curiously, "Wu Li, why did you come back alone? Where's Chair Lu?" Wu Li was also puzzled. "There was someone in Chair Liu's office when I went there." Li Xianxian continued, "So did Chair Lu see my work?" "Yes." Wu Li nodded. "Then did Chair Lu say anything?" Li Xianxian asked. "No." Wu Li answered truthfully. "Strange." Li Xianxian slightly furrowed her brows. Given Chair Liu's appreciation of her work, he shouldn't have remained silent. Could it be that Chair Lu was stunned by her talent? Perhaps he will personally come over to congratulate her in a while. Yes. That must be it. After all, her writings are groundbreaking masterpieces that shock the literary circle. Probably, in the entire circle, there are few who could compare with her. Wu Li went on, "If there's nothing else, then I'll go first." "All right." Li Xianxian nodded. After Wu Li left, Li Xianxian stayed in the room waiting for Chair Liu's arrival. As dusk fell, there was finally a knock on the door outside. Chapter 491, Continuous Face Slapping. _3. It's definitely Chairman Lu. Li Xianxian's heart jumps with joy. She stands up immediately to open the door. The visitor indeed is Chairman Lu, and he is followed by a few senior members of the literary circle. Chairman Liu, esteemed seniors, Li Xianxian greets them with a smile. I'm just a young newbie in the literary world. I am unworthy of such attention from the chairman and the seniors. Before Li Xianxian can finish her sentence, Chairman Liu interrupts her, his expression cold, and throws 2 notebooks onto the table. What are these? The sudden change in Chairman Liu's attitude freezes the smile on Li Xianxian's face. She picks up the notebooks, flips through a few pages, and her face turns pale. Isn't this the original manuscript of Immortality? How did it end up in Chairman Liu's hands? No. She can't panic, she needs to calm down. She published her work 2 months ago. She is the original author. These were written by her late into the night, through painstaking effort. Immortality has nothing to do with her work. Angry, Li Xianxian voices out, someone has plagiarized me. Chairman. You have to take a stand for me. Chairman Liu furrows his eyebrows. Are you sure they plagiarized you, and not the other way around? Li Xianxian insists, no, not me. I published it 2 months ago. It's clear that she plagiarized me. I am the original author, who could I copy from? Li Xianxian's argument hinges on the fact that she was the first to publish. Since she knew from her past life that Immortality had a reputation in the world of literature, she tried to approach the Mo family while simultaneously plotting against Immortality. Only when Immortality is gone, can she be at ease. This was her reason for orchestrating the Divine Doctor from Jiangnan to treat Immortality. The Divine Doctor had a feud with the Mo family. So, even if Immortality were to die under his treatment, it wouldn't be related to her. As expected, the Divine Doctor didn't disappoint Li Xianxian. However, things took a turn because of Ni Yang. If not for Ni Yang's meddling, Immortality would have died long ago. A senior standing next to Chairman Liu addresses her, Li Xianxian, we have already scrutinized both your work and Hudi's. You, of all people, should be very clear about who copied whom. The difference between an original and a copy is clear to the eyes of an expert. I didn't copy anything. You're defaming me. I published my work before Hudi. How can you assert that I copied? Then how do you explain this? Chairman Liu throws Li Xianxian's recent work onto the table. Your manuscript was finished in haste these past few days, whereas Hudi's work was completed a year ago. Moreover, her manuscript was submitted to the Yipin Literary Publishing House over a week ago. Li Xianxian's eyes widened. It was Hudi who stole my original manuscript. The Mo family is trying to frame me. Chairman, please don't be fooled by them. I have not plagiarized anything. All my works are original ideas, and have nothing to do with anyone else. Another senior shakes his head in defeat. Li Xianxian, stop struggling in vain. Your plagiarism isn't even subtle, and your work is dull. It can't be compared to Hudi's original manuscript. Anyone with discerning eyes can tell who copied whom. Chairman Liu continues, Li Xianxian, from now on, you're no longer a part of the literary circle. On behalf of the Association of Authors, we revoke all your author privileges and honors. Henceforth, you won't be able to publish any books. In other words, Li Xianxian has been completely blacklisted in the literary world. Li Xianxian's face turns from pale to ghostly white. I didn't plagiarize, Chairman, I really didn't. Chairman Liu speaks with disappointment, please leave. Another senior member voices out angrily, you still don't know how to repent. Li Xianxian, you are a disgrace to our literary world. But how could Li Xianxian simply leave? The literary circle is her only sanctuary now. If she leaves, wouldn't that indirectly admit to her plagiarism? But she didn't plagiarize. Allegations of plagiarism can be a big deal. Once it's published in the newspaper, it can even affect her education. As Li Xianxian refuses to leave, Chairman Liu is left with no choice but to call the security. Li Xianxian is thrown out on the street, still clinging to her luggage. The streetlights are not very bright at this time. It's pitch dark at night. Li Xianxian sits under the streetlight, sobbing with her head in her hands. When did her life start to take such a dreadful turn? Over the years, all her hard work has paid off and things were beginning to look up. Chapter 492, Continuous Face Slapping. _4. As one who had been reborn, she couldn't believe she had lost to a green teenager like Ni Yang. Ni Yang. No, that's not right. Li Xianxian suddenly opened her eyes wide, certain that Ni Yang was not the same Ni Yang from before. Ni Yang had also been reborn. Everything has been planned by Ni Yang. They were both reborn. Why on earth was Ni Yang able to come out of that small mountain village and live a carefree life, while she had to endure all these troubles? Fate was utterly unjust. Li Xianxian clenched her fists tightly. What should she do now? At that moment, Li Xianxian suddenly remembered that she was pregnant. The father of the child was Li Tingji. Although the Li family was no match for the Mo family, and Li Tingji was not as good as Mo Baichuan, the Li family was also a wealthy family. Li Tingji was so fond of her that she might be able to rise again with his help. With that in mind, Li Xianxian headed towards the nearby phone booth to call Li Tingji to pick her up. But the one who answered the phone was always Li Yanran. Not only did she not let Li Tingji answer the phone, but she also mocked Li Xianxian from the other end of the line. Helpless, Li Xianxian had to go to the Li family casa in person to find Li Tingji. The servants at the Li household were also less enthusiastic than before and did not even bother to extend the usual courtesy. Sorry, our young master has no time to meet insignificant persons. Insignificant person. Li Xianxian frowned slightly. Am insignificant? Let Tingji come out and see me now. Be careful or Tingji will make you regret wasting my time. Hearing this, the servant's face changed. Who in the Li family didn't know that Li Tingji treated Li Xianxian like his treasure? Just as the servants hesitated, Li Yanran came out. Oh. Who do we have here? It is actually Mo Baichuan's fiancé, Sun Dalian. A simple sentence, it was full of mockery. Li Xianxian swallowed her anger. Where's Tingji? I want to see him. Her turn will comes. The first person she's going to deal with when she gets married into the Li family is Li Yanran. Sun Dalian, if I were you, I'd have dug a hole and crawled into it. How can you still have the face to come find my brother? I'm pregnant with your brother's child. Li Xianxian dropped a bombshell. This child would be the first child of the Li family, and Li Tingji was so fond of her. He wouldn't possibly deny his own child. She did not believe that Li Yanran could ignore this news. Li Yanran snorted coldly, my brother's child? That's hilarious. Sun Dalian, do you really think my brother picks up scraps? Get lost. Or you'll keep making a fool of yourself. Even if the child Li Xianxian was carrying was truly Li Tingzi's, the Li family would never admit it. Li Xianxian was nothing more than a notorious and evil woman. The Li family would never ruin its reputation and destroy its future. Enraged, Li Xianxian said, Li Yanran. The child in my belly is Tingzi's first baby. If there is any accident, can you bear the responsibility? Who knows whose bastard that is? Li Yanran mocked, Sun Dalian, do you really think you're some sought-after prize? You're nothing but an unwanted rat. Where are the security? Get this woman out of here. Li Xianxian tried to resist. Li Yanran, how dare you treat me this way? If Tingji knew about this, he wouldn't let you off. It was unbearable. These people were just unbearable. They dared to treat her like this behind Li Tingzi's back. Hold on. Li Yanran lifted her hand lightly. and the security guards instantly stopped and looked back at her. Li Yanran continued, "Since you are so longing to see my brother, I will fulfill your wish. Xiao Fang, go upstairs and call my brother down." "Yes, miss." Xiao Fang nodded, turned around and climbed up the stairs. Before long, Li Tingji came down from upstairs. Seeing Li Tingji, Li Zhangxian's eyes lit up instantly, and she rushed to him, "Tingji." This time, the security guards didn't stop her. Li Xianxian had a belly full of grievances to pour out to Li Tingji. However, Li Tingji swung away Li Xianxian with one hand, shouting angrily, "Get lost. You disgust me." Li Xianxian was knocked to the ground. She looked at Li Tingji in disbelief and cried out in anguish, "Tingji, don't you recognize me?" Xianxian, Li Tingji never expected that one day he would be deceived so badly by a woman. Everything about Li Xianxian was fake. Her talent was a sham. Chapter 493, Continuous Face Slapping. _5. Her name was a sham. Even her chastity was a sham. For this counterfeit woman, he ended his brotherly friendship with Mo Baichuan that had lasted over 20 years. He was filled with regret. Regret for his poor judgment of character. When Ni Yang had warned him, he should have investigated Li Xianxian thoroughly. If he had shown just a hint of caution towards Li Xianxian, he wouldn't have been deceived so horribly. Now, the mere thought of their one night together made him sick to his stomach. Li Tingji couldn't bear to look at Li Xianxian for a second longer and turned to leave. With her arms crossed and looking down on Li Xianxian, Li Yanran said, "Son Dalian, are you finally ready to give up now?" Li Xianxian collapsed on the ground, her face deathly pale, clawing at the mud with both hands. It didn't matter if the Li family refused to acknowledge her now. Once she gave birth to the child, they would have no choice but to acknowledge her. Just 9 more months. She would surely make a comeback. Li Zhangxian's hand rested on her lower belly, determination flashing in her eyes. Night fell. Li Xianxian spent the night huddled by the roadside. Passers-by who saw her screamed in fright. The shrill sound of ambulance sirens followed soon after. When Li Xianxian woke up again, her vision was filled with white, and the smell of medicine filled her nostrils. Was this the hospital? Why was she in the hospital? At that moment, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen. "You've just come out of surgery, you can't move around." A nurse's voice floated in her ear. "Surgery?" Li Xianxian looked at the nurse with a face drained of color. "Why did I have surgery?" The nurse said, "You had a miscarriage and have just undergone a dilation and curettage procedure. Do you have any family? They need to come and cover the cost of the surgery and hospitalization." Miscarriage? Li Xianxian grabbed the nurse's arm, her voice frantic. "Why did I miscarry? Where is my child? Give me back my child." She had lost everything now. Her only hope was the child. But now, with her child gone too, what could she use to bind the Li family to her? Was all this just a nightmare? No matter what, Li Xianxian couldn't accept the reality. The nurse said, "Please calm down. You had already miscarried when you were brought in last night." But how could Li Xianxian stay calm? She made a scene, breaking down in tears, completely out of control. "You're all scheming against me. You want to harm me. Give me back my child." Having no other choice, the nurse injected Li Xianxian with a tranquilizer, which finally quieted her. The next day, an article about Li Xianxian plagiarizing from Mo Huti was published in the newspapers. Just like that, the name Butterfly rocketed to fame in the literary world. Many literati and authors all visited the Mo family to meet this child prodigy. Mo Huti also enjoys talking to these scholars. Though her physical age is only in her teens, her intellectual age is several times that of an adult. She finds common topics of discussion with these scholars and men of letters. The Mo family elders were both relieved to realize at this point that Li Xianxian had intentionally brought in the divine doctor from Jiangnan to treat Mo Huidi. From the very beginning, she wanted to kill Mo Huidi so she could freely plagiarize Mo Huidi's work. Mo's grandmother regretted it deeply. Xiao Dai, I'm sorry, your grandma nearly caused your death. It's like I brought back a venomous snake. Looking back, it's still hair-raising. If Ni Yang had not come to Mo Huidi's rescue at that time, Mo Huidi would already be dead. Thankfully, there was Ni Yang. Mo Huidi, understanding, replied, Grandma, to err is human. You don't need to blame yourself, look at me, I am all right now, aren't I? Mo's grandmother held Mo Huidi so tight, tears streaming down her face. Mo Qishan patted his mother's back, Mom, it's all in the past. There's no need to be so sad. Wiping the tears from her face, Mo's grandmother said, Yes, I am not sad. I am happy. Thankfully, we met Yang Yang, otherwise Xiao Dai might have been killed by that Sun Dalian. Mo Qishan nodded, we really need to thank Yang Yang. If it weren't for Yang Yang noticing Xiao Dai's talent and reminding me to find a teacher for her, we might still be kept in the dark. Once the issue of plagiarism drags on for a period of time, it becomes difficult to handle. Mo's grandma said, Yang Yang is like a lucky star for our Mo family. Qishan, you can't bully her. If I find you bullying Yang Yang, see if I don't break your legs. Mo Qishan was all smiles, am I still your son? If you weren't my own son, would you be treated like this? Mo's grandma continued, Qishan, I am not kidding with you. You have to listen to Yang Yang. Do whatever she says. You can't make her mad, got it? Mo Qishan pretended to feel aggrieved, Mom, as a man, I should be standing tall and firm. How can I be controlled by a young girl? Mo's grandmother scolded him, you think you're standing tall and firm? If I tell you to listen to Yang Yang, you listen to her. If you dare to get her mad, don't even think about coming back home. What if she is being unreasonable? Mo Qishan asked. Mo's grandmother snapped back, Yang Yang is such a good girl, how can she be unreasonable? If there's any mistake, it must be yours. Mo Qishan, he must be the picked-up child. Mo's grandfather added from the side, your mother is right, Yang Yang is a good girl, she won't act unreasonably. You should listen to Yang Yang. You are grown up now, and you're often so casual, what does that look like? Yang Yang is so outstanding, if you don't buck up, how can you deserve her? Mo Qishan laughed it off, Yang Yang is not so superficial, she likes me the way I am. Not only does Yang Yang like the way he is, she also wants to support him financially. I think you need to be beaten. Mo's grandpa smacked Mo Qishan's leg with his walking stick. The old man was genuinely worried. Seeing that Ni Yang kept getting better, while Mo Qishan remained the same, he was afraid that one day Ni Yang would look down upon Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan jumped and cried out, Dad, you're serious about this? Mo's grandfather said angrily, you think I'm joking with you? If you dare to make Yang Yang angry, this won't be the last time. Then he added, do you have enough money recently? I have plenty, Dad. Mo Qishan replied seriously, you don't have to worry about money. Mo's grandfather didn't quite trust him, as in everyone's eyes, Mo Qishan was just an unemployed person. Your old man won't laugh at you. Are you feeling awkward? His grandfather handed a bank card to Mo Qishan while speaking. Young people dating nowadays need to go out, watch movies, and occasionally buy little gifts, money runs out quickly. Mo's grandfather wouldn't want Mo Qishan to be distressed about money. Our family is rich, no need to feel awkward. The Mo family certainly had more than enough money to support Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan said helplessly, "Dad, I really do have money and I have my own business." His grandpa simply didn't believe him. He remembered that Mo Qishan once took the elder members of the family to tour his company base. But both of the elders refused to believe what they saw, insisting that it was a performance set up by Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan was also helpless. "You think your old man would laugh at you?" His grandfather forcefully handed him the card. "Just take it. Otherwise, it'll break your leg." Chapter 494. Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _1. Out of helplessness, Mo Qishan could only accept it. Only then did old Master Mo feel satisfied. At this moment, Mo Baichuan walked in from outside and respectfully greeting, "Grandpa, Grandma, sixth uncle." "Chuan Chuan is back," old Madam Mo greeted with a beaming smile. "Are you tired? Have you eaten yet?" "I have eaten," Mo Baichuan answered, turning to head upstairs. The incident with Li Xianxian seemed to have had little effect on Mo Baichuan. He went about his daily routine as usual, work, eat, but compared to before, he was much more reticent. He wore a stern face all day, as if someone owed him a huge sum of money. Watching Mo Baichuan's figure disappear up to the third floor, old Madam Mo heaved a sigh. Old Master Mo also looked a little upset. If it weren't for them, Mo Baichuan wouldn't have experienced all this. They owed their eldest grandson an apology. "Mom, Dad, don't blame yourselves over this matter." Mo Qishan walked over, wrapping an arm around old Master Mo and old Madam Mo's shoulders. Ultimately, Mo Baichuan was also to blame for this. He had shunned their advice, stubbornly trusting Li Xianxian. Before the wedding, Mo Qishan had specifically advised Mo Baichuan. June 23. The day National College entrance examination results were announced. In the era without internet, one had to personally go to school to check the results. Early in the morning, the campus was packed with students who had come to check their results, and Li Wei was one of them. "Li Wei." The homeroom teacher walked up to Li Wei, beaming. "Teacher Yin." Teacher Yin continued, "Li Wei, congratulations. You scored an impressive 510 marks in the college entrance examination." The total score for the college entrance examination was 650 points. Scoring 510 points was indeed quite remarkable. This was, after all, the 1980s. Everyone who managed to get into college was considered exceptional. Moreover, a score of 510 points was enough to pass the first-year college cutoff. Li Wei certainly had a promising future ahead. However, Li Wei was a bit disappointed. Only 510 points. He had originally planned to apply for a 985 top-notch university, but with this score, he couldn't even meet the cutoff for 211 universities, and would only manage a regular first-year college, let alone a top-tier one. Ni Yang scored a high 645 points in the previous transfer student examination. How was he to compete with Ni Yang? For the college entrance examination, Li Wei had put in enormous effort, barely eating or sleeping for 2 months straight. But the result was that he scored 135 points less than Ni Yang. If Ni Yang's score was considered for the college entrance examination, she could choose any prestigious university in the country, and could even go to a reputed university abroad. No. He had worked so hard, how could it be that he was outdone by a self-taught individual? Li Wei was very upset as he asked, "Teacher Yin, who had the best score in our class?" Teacher Yin replied, "The college examination paper was too difficult this time. The highest scorer in our class is you. The top scorer in our school is Wu Dajuan from class 16, who scored 599 points." Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt even worse. He and Wu Dajuan were elementary school classmates. Back then, Wu Dajuan didn't have good grades and frequently failed Chinese and mathematics. Unexpectedly, he was outperformed by Wu Dajuan in the college entrance examination. Feeling guilty, Li Wei said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Yin. I didn't do well this time and failed your expectations." Teacher Yin smiled and said, "No, no, no. Li Wei, you've done well enough." Li Wei had always been his promising student. A score of 510 was within Teacher Yin's expectations, indicating that Li Wei hadn't performed poorly. Moreover, the examination paper this time was particularly difficult. Li Wei then asked, "Oh yes, Teacher Yin, can I see the test paper from the last transfer student examination?" "Why would you want to see that?" Teacher Yin was puzzled. Li Wei said, "A friend of mine wants to take the transfer student examination next year, so I wanted to show him this year's questions." Teacher Yin nodded, "Oh, I see. Then come with me." Li Wei followed Teacher Yin's footsteps. There were a few teachers chatting in the office. One of them asked, "Hey, old Sue, why haven't we seen that dark horse from your class lately?" Teacher Sue asked, "You mean Ni Yang?" "Yes, her." Teacher Sue smiled. "That child has a special family situation, so she doesn't come to school on regular days, only showing up for examinations." Teacher Wang looked surprised. "Does not attending school still qualify one as a student?" "Old Sue, isn't this child overly arrogant? Does she think that just because she ranked first in the transfer student examination, she doesn't need to attend school? The pen is mightier than the brain, you know." Another teacher said, "Ni Yang is a student with great potential. Old Sue, you must pay close attention to her. We must not let such a promising student who can get into a top college go to waste." Chapter 495. Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _2. Teacher Wang nodded, I know what I'm doing." Teacher Yin walked in with Li Wei, and Li Wei heard all the conversation inside. He also thought that Ni Yang was too arrogant. How could one not come to school for classes? "Teacher Sue, can you lend me the exam paper of Ni Yang, the transfer student from your class last time?" Teacher Yin came to Teacher Zu's desk with Li Wei. "Sure." As Teacher Sue was searching for the exam paper, he asked, "What do you need it for?" Teacher Yin replied with a smile, "A friend of Li Wei in our class is planning to take the transfer examination next year, so he wants to see the exam paper." A teacher immediately remarked, "Teacher Yin, Li Wei from your class did a good job. 510 marks would be enough for him to get into a key university." "Li Wei, congratulations." "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Li Wei, who was feeling down, didn't have any smile on his face. However, the other teachers interpreted his expression as proof of his ability to stay calm and not show off despite his exceptional performance. Teacher Zhao patted Yin's shoulder and said earnestly, "The transfer student introduced by Li Wei should not be bad. Teacher Yin, you must take this opportunity. Don't let what happened with Ni Yang happen again." All the teachers in the office felt heartbroken for Teacher Zhang Chang for missing out on a potential key university student. Teacher Yin laughed and said, "I will be teaching new first-year students next term, so the transfer students won't have much to do with me." Teacher Wang immediately chimed in, "I am going to teach third years next year, so Li Wei, do tell me about the academic performance of your friend joining as a transfer student." Li Wei casually said, "Their grades are average and should be able to pass the exam." Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang lost most of his enthusiasm. He needed a dark horse. At this moment, Teacher Su found Ni Yang's paper. The paper consisted of 8 sections. All the answers for mathematics, English, history, chemistry, and biology were correct. Then, Ni Yang lost 3 marks for a fill-in-the-blank question in the Chinese section, and lost 1 mark each in political science and physics, scoring a total of 645 marks. In addition, her handwriting was neat, making the paper tidy and pleasant to inspect. Teacher Su handed the paper to Li Wei and lamented, "Ni Yang's foundation is solid. It's a pity that she lost 3 marks for the fill-in-the-blank question in the Chinese section. Normally, more mistakes are made in reading comprehension. It is rare to see mistakes like Ni Yang's in fill-in-the-blank questions. After all, answers to fill-in-the-blank questions usually come from rote learning and can be mastered with some effort. Thank you, Teacher Su. Li Wei expressed his gratitude, then asked, Teacher Su, may I take this paper home for my friend to study? Teacher Su readily agreed, you may. Li Wei thanked him again. Teacher Su nodded. After Li Wei left, he kept praising Li Wei for his maturity to Teacher Yin. Meanwhile, as soon as Li Wei got home, Li Dongliang and Qian Jinfeng rushed over to greet him. Xiao Wei, how did you do in your exam? 510 marks, Li Wei answered gloomily. 510 marks. Li Dongliang and Qian Jinfeng were both overjoyed at the news. Li Dongliang asked, is this score enough to get into a key university? Xiao Wei, which school are you planning to apply to? To get into a key university. At that time, even a fresh graduate from an ordinary university could secure a secure job. 3 generations of the Li family were all farmers. Li Dongliang never dreamed that his family could produce a university student. It was like good luck had struck the ancestral grave. Qian Jinfeng could not contain her smile. Xiao Wei, where is your report card? Let me see it quickly. Li Wei handed over his report card to Qian Jinfeng, and then turned around to go into the room. Li Dongliang and Qian Jinfeng held the score report, 510 marks. It's really 510 marks. I'm not dreaming. Our son is really incredible. The couple went around showing off their son's report card to their neighbors and discussed when to host a celebration party. For an ordinary family, producing a college student was a big deal and it was worth celebrating. Li Wei carefully examined Ni Yang's paper in his room. He found that the transfer student exam was quite easy. If he had taken the exam, his score would not have been lower than Ni Yang's. So, he made a bold decision. He decided to forego his current college entrance exam score and choose to retake the exam. With his current performance, if he repeated a year, his score next year would definitely top Ni Yang's and he might even become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Before meeting Ni Yang, Li Wei would have been satisfied with his score of 510. But after meeting Ni Yang, he was no longer satisfied with a 510. Chapter 496, Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _3. Ni Yang's various conditions are all superior to his. If his grades can't surpass Ni Yang's, then what face does he have to stand with Ni Yang? They all say that a girl's IQ will decline after a certain age. By the time Ni Yang takes the college entrance exam next year, she will be 19 years old. At that time, she will definitely not surpass him. So, he must choose to repeat a year. Only then can he outdo Ni Yang. Li Wei put down his exam paper and walked downstairs. In the living room, Li Dongliang was discussing with Qian Jinfeng about when to throw a party. Dad, Mom. What's wrong, son? Qian Jinfeng asked with concern, do you want to eat something? Let Mom cook it for you. No. Li Wei shook his head and then said, Dad, Mom, I don't think I did well on this exam, I might have underperformed. Li Dongliang laughed and said, Xiao Wei. I have asked around, you scored the highest in our whole street. The neighbor Wang Long only scored a little over 390 points, which is not even enough to be placed in the 4th class. He can barely get into a 3rd-tier university. Absolutely. Qian Jinfeng chimed in, your cousin also took the exam this year. I called your aunt and asked. He only scored a little over 300 points too. I heard the exam was particularly difficult this year. We are overjoyed that you scored 510 points. Describing Li Wei as the golden phoenix of the Li family is not an exaggeration at all. Li Wei said very seriously, Dad, Mom, I've made up my mind, I want to retake the exam. I hope you can support me. What? Li Dongliang thought he was hallucinating. I want to retake the exam. Li Wei emphasized each word. Qian Jinfeng touched Li Wei's forehead. Son, do you have a fever? That's more than 500 points after all. A score that most people cannot reach. Repeating a year sounds easy. If luck isn't on his side, he may not even get 510 points. That would be really embarrassing. Li Wei said very firmly, Mom, I don't have a fever, I'm very clear-headed. I want to retake the exam. Why? Li Dongliang asked. Qian Jinfeng was also looking at Li Wei with great anticipation. Li Wei continued, because my ideal score is above 620 points, and my desired universities are Tsinghua University and Beijing University. Mom, Dad, please support my decision to retake the exam. No, I don't agree. Li Dongliang disagreed. For Li Dongliang, just being able to attend a first-year university was very satisfying. There was absolutely no need to retake the exam for a 985 project university. Mom doesn't agree either, it's a waste of time and tuition to repeat a year. What if you fail the exam? Won't that make our family the laughingstock? For Qian Jinfeng, that seemed like too much of a risk, so she refused. Moreover, at this time, there was no tuition-free policy. To repeat senior 3-year, it would cost 200 yuan for tuition and textbooks, not to mention other miscellaneous expenses. With these 200 yuan, wouldn't it be better spent on buying big spare ribs for dinner? This hardware store run by the Li family had an annual income of less than 3,000 yuan. Mom, Dad, with 510 points, I can only attend an average first-year university. After graduation, I won't even be able to find a good job. But 985 project universities are different. With a degree from these institutions, I can get a job in a government department immediately after graduation. Isn't the aim of your supporting me through my education so that I can have a good future? This remark slightly swayed Li Dongliang, as those working in government departments are all officials. Looking back 3 generations in the Li family, none of them have ever been officials. If Li Wei could become a high-ranking official, wouldn't that be prestigious? Li Dongliang continued, Xiao Wei, what if you don't get into a 985 project university? I won't fail. Li Wei continued, with my score of 510 as a foundation, and repeating another year of senior 3, how could I possibly fail? Dad, you don't need to worry about this at all. What Li Wei said made sense. Qian Jinfeng asked, what if the exam questions are harder next year? Li Wei laughed, Mom, you don't need to worry about that at all either. Our teacher said that this year had the hardest exam questions in the past 3 years, and next year won't be harder than this year. Also, I will continue to study during this repeating year. Even if I perform worse, my score will absolutely not be lower than 510 points. After wavering for a long time, the couple consented to retake the exam, swayed by Li Wei's persuasion. Upon hearing the news of Li Wei's decision to retake the exam, even Teacher Yin was quite surprised, but Li Wei insisted on retaking the exam, so he could only respect his choice. Because no one took care of the hospitalization fee, Li Xianxian was forced to discharge herself from the hospital. Chapter 497, Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _4. She was walking on the bustling street, her face pale. She refused to accept it, she was extremely reluctant to accept it. Ever since her rebirth, her life had been getting better and better. She went from being a simple village girl to being a student at Beijing Normal University. She had even almost married Mo Baichuan. Nobody knew how much effort she had put into getting here. But what about now? Dumped by Mo Baichuan. Expelled from school. exposed by the literary world for plagiarism. Now, she had lost everything. All her accomplishments had disappeared overnight. The more Li Xianxian thought about it, the more unwilling she was to accept things as they were. Her features twisted in bitterness. She wanted to commit suicide, but she also refused to die just like that. Why would she be the one who had to die alone? If she had to die, she needed to pull someone else down with her. The person responsible for her current condition was Ni Yang. She planned to make Ni Yang die alongside her. Li Xianxian clenched her fists hidden inside her sleeves. She was exerting so much strength that her knuckles were already white, the nails sinking deep into her flesh. Today was the grand opening of Ni Yang's third noodle restaurant and milk tea shop. So Ni Yang was busy helping at the new establishment. The third restaurant and tea shop was located in a different district of Beijing, more than 30 kilometers away from the first and second restaurants and tea shops. Despite it being the first day of operation for the new shop, the good pre-opening promotion and the significant opening day discounts managed to attract a crowd of noodle lovers. Li Xianxian, after moving about, finally arrived at the noodle restaurant. Looking through the glass window, she saw Ni Yang busily moving about inside. Ni Yang was wearing a simple outfit of a white shirt and black pants, her hair tied up in a bun. Her attire was extremely simple, but it was enough to make people stop and take notice. She was truly beautiful. Li Xianxian had known of Ni Yang's beauty since her previous life. When Li Xianxian met Ni Yang was already in her 50s, but her face didn't show any signs of age. Maybe that's why he was attracted to her. He had done everything to get Ni Yang's attention. Despite Li Xianxian's relentless efforts to please him, she couldn't get even a glance in return. Just looking at Ni Yang made Li Xianxian seethe with jealousy and resentment. Why was Ni Yang able to live such a good life now? She had a business, a relationship, and was even about to marry into the Mo family. Even though Mo Qishan was a loser, after Ni Yang married him, she would be living with Mo Baichuan. If Ni Yang discovered later that Mo Baichuan was Mr. Mog, Ni Yang surely wouldn't hesitate to be with him shamelessly. No way. What Li Xianxian couldn't get, others shouldn't be able to either. Ni Yang must die with her. Li Xianxian squinted her eyes, turning towards a pawn shop on the side of the street, intending to pawn her gold bracelet. The design of Ni Yang's new noodle restaurant and milk tea shop was very innovative. Like in the future, the menu even had pictures of the dishes. The attractive-looking bubble milk tea, tempting pickled fish noodles, and Kanto stew with a layer of red oil floating on top were all so eye-catching that anyone who saw them couldn't resist ordering. "Young lady, is this pickled vegetable noodles really as tasty as it's made out to be?" a customer who had come from afar asked. Ni Yang smiled and said, "You'll know once you try. I can't guarantee anything else, but I'm sure the taste of pickled vegetable noodles won't disappoint you." The customer was a straightforward person. "Fine. Just for your words, I have to try it today. Give me a bowl of pickled vegetable noodles, a sour plum soup, and a Kanto stew. Oh, and please replace the duck's blood in the Kanto stew with tofu." To make purchasing ingredients easier, the 6 ingredients in the Kanto stew were fixed. It included baby cabbage, shrimp, fish balls, enoki mushrooms, duck's blood, and tofu skin. Since many people did not eat blood, tofu was the alternative option available. Ni Yang took a small notebook and wrote down the order, asking, "Any food allergies or preferences? Do you eat onions, ginger and garlic?" "No allergies, just serve the food directly." "All right." Ni Yang nodded. "Please wait a moment." Ni Yang's gaze drifted over the window as she turned around to go to the kitchen, handing the menu to Aunt Lu, who was in charge of cooking the noodles. Aunt Lu and other employees of the shop were all recruited directly from Jinghua village, so Ni Yang trusted them. "Brother Mo. Ni Yang approached Imo Chishin, who was carrying plates of food. Yang, what's up? Imo Chishin lifted his gaze slightly. I need to talk to you about something. Go ahead. Chapter 498, Repeat, Li Xianxian goes to prison _5. Ni Yang said, bend your waist a little. Imo Chishin was too tall. Ni Yang, with her nearly 1.75-meter height, only reached his shoulder. In modern terms, it was quite an adorable height difference. Okay. Imo Chishin bent his lip, squatted slightly so he was even shorter than Ni Yang. Ni Yang just needed to stretch her hand out to pat his head. Ni Yang easily leaned in to whisper in his ear. Hearing this, Imo Chishin frowned and said, no, it's too dangerous to do that. Ni Yang took the tray from him, placed it aside, and pulled him towards the courtyard. The courtyard was an open space of around 10 square meters with a few flower pots. Among them was one with blooming jasmine, filling the air with their fragrance as a gentle breeze passed. Brother Imo, don't worry. I will protect myself. All you need to do is cooperate with me. No. Imo Chishin still refused. What about this way? Ni Yang stood on her toes to give him a quick peck. No, I can't let you take such a risk. Imo Chishin still refused. Ni Yang took his hand. Brother Imo, this little thing isn't dangerous at all for me. Can you just help me once? Just once. Imo Chishin pressed his thin lips together without saying a word. Then Ni Yang continued, if you don't help me, I might have to find someone else. Imo Chishin's thin lips moved slightly. Actually, you don't need to take this risk. I can find other ways. I want to use my own way. Ni Yang cut him off determinedly. Imo Chishin hesitated a bit. Ni Yang continued, Brother Imo, I know you're concerned about my safety, but don't worry. I know my limits, I won't let myself get hurt at all. But, as Imo Chishin was about to say something, Ni Yang stood on her tiptoes and silenced the rest of his words with a kiss. The air went silent for a second. Then Imo Chishin took control, wrapping his arm around her waist. His palm was somehow burning, yet his lips were cool. About 5 minutes later, he calmly let go of her and straightened his collar. You need to be careful. Yeah. Ni Yang nodded, don't worry about this. Let's go out. Ni Yang grabbed his hand. Imo Chishin held his breath for a moment. You go ahead, I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, I'll go first. The bathroom was small but well equipped and clean, with a toilet and a shower. After a while, Imo Chishin came out of the bathroom. Brother Imo, did you take a shower? Ni Yang noticed that his hair seemed a bit wet. No, Imo Chishin looked calm and explained, the bathroom was too hot. Oh. Ni Yang nodded. At around 7:30 in the evening, the noodle restaurant closed on time. Ni Yang was the last one to leave. Since little Ni Yun's birthday was soon, she planned to go to the vegetable market. A figure was stealthily following her. Just as Ni Yang walked into a deserted alley, sharp pain shot up her neck. Then everything went black as she slipped into unconsciousness. When Ni Yang woke up again, her hands and feet were tightly bound with ropes, unable to move. A rotten smell filled her nostrils. Where was this? Ni Yang tried to struggle, but the knots only tightened with her movements. Is anyone there? At that moment, the tightly shut door was pushed open from the outside, bright light flooding in. Ni Yang realized she was in an old, abandoned house whose better days were long past. Who are you? What do you want? Fear seeped into Ni Yang's voice. Humph. A cold snort sounded through the air. Ni Yang, I thought you were tough. Turns out you're just as scared of death as everyone else. Li Xianxian. Ni Yang squinted her eyes. Li Xianxian was wearing a fancy dress, her face adorned with delicate makeup. She didn't look like someone who had just suffered a setback at all. What do you want? Ni Yang took a step backward. Li Xianxian stopped in front of Ni Yang, and pulled out a sharp kitchen knife from somewhere. Ni Yang, you stole everything from me. What do you think I want to do? I stole everything from you. Ni Yang squinted again. Li Xianxian, weren't you the one who almost ruined my life? Li Shu is your mother, both of you conspired to marry me off to that eunuch. You even nearly killed my mom. Marrying that eunuch was your good luck. If you had complied back then, maybe you'd even live a bit longer. But now, you're nothing but a short-lived ghost. Li Xianxian's expression instantly turned ferocious. If Ni Yang hadn't fled Dam Village and married that eunuch, maybe she would already be married to Mo Baichuan. All because of Ni Yang. Ni Yang destroyed everything she had. What do you want to do? Kill you. Li Xianxian stated word by word. Murder is illegal. Ni Yang frowned slightly. Li Xianxian chuckled, I'm not even afraid of death, why would I fear the law? But don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. Before that, I'll carve up your face with this knife so I don't have to look at your disgusting face. With that, Li Xianxian raised her kitchen knife and stabbed at Ni Yang's hand. Ni Yang's eyes reflected the image of that kitchen knife. In the blink of an eye, Ni Yang suddenly stood up, raising her right foot and kicking the knife away. Clang! Li Xianxian didn't expect Ni Yang to have such a move up her sleeve. She immediately ran over to pick up the knife and stabbed again in Ni Yang's direction. Ni Yang's hands were still tied behind her. She could only defend, not attack. Li Xianxian was enraged. She was like a raging wild beast whose only intent was to kill Ni Yang. Ni Yang quickly calculated the timing, and just as Li Xianxian's knife was about to hit her, she sidestepped. The kitchen knife grazed past her waist, instantly staining her white t-shirt with blood. At this moment, the door was violently kicked open from the outside. A dozen policemen in uniform charged in. Freeze, police! Li Xianxian was now completely blinded by rage, she couldn't even see the police. Ni Yang, I'm going to kill you. Yang. Mo Qishan suddenly rushed over, pulled Ni Yang away and deflected Li Xianxian's kitchen knife. At the same time, the police officers managed to subdue Li Xianxian. Mo Qishan, his hand covered in blood, panicked. His voice trembled, Yang. Ni Yang slowly opened her eyes and winked at Mo Qishan. What a joke. She wasn't stupid. How could she let Li Xianxian injure her? Just now, Ni Yang deliberately avoided the critical area, so although it seemed like she lost a lot of blood, she was not seriously hurt. In fact, Ni Yang spotted Li Xianxian's cruel face at the noodle restaurant. Since she couldn't kill Li Xianxian without facing the consequences, she had to trap her instead. Once captured, she wouldn't have to worry about Li Xianxian anymore. Otherwise, leaving Li Xianxian in the world made Ni Yang feel uneasy. Attempted murder and kidnapping might not carry a death sentence, but a crime involving bloodshed could be different, particularly since Li Xianxian was still shouting about killing her even when the police arrived. Seeing Ni Yang wink at him, Mo Qishan breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the policeman and said, Officers, I'm taking my girlfriend to the hospital first, please ensure justice is served for her. Rest assured. Mo Qishan took Ni Yang to the hospital where the doctor bandaged her and suggested that she stay for observation for a few days. Hearing this news, Ni Tsuihua was terrified. Holding little Ni Yun, she hurried to the hospital, her eyes red from crying. Yang, are you okay? Several villagers from Jinghua village also arrived with her. Chapter 499, Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _1. Everyone was very worried when they heard that Ni Yang had an accident, so they came with Ni Tsuehua. Even little Ni Yun, who was always naughty and talkative, became quiet today and didn't ask Ni Yang for hugs anymore. Ni Yang, wearing blue and white striped hospital pajamas, looked somewhat pale, but her spirit was strong. She smiled and said, "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. Uncle Datu, Auntie Chiao, Grandma Lin, Uncle Lu, thank you all for taking the trouble to come." "Not trouble at all, Yang Yang, what happened to you? We heard from the police that someone bullied you, is that it?" "Yang Yang, tell us quickly who that bastard is. We will all seek justice for you." That's right, that's right. Yang Yang, you tell us who that person is. You don't need to be scared. Well, kill that turtle's grandson. Several people rolled up their sleeves, looking ready to fight. Daring to bully Ni Yang. That's like going against the whole Jinghua village, isn't it? Seeing everyone so concerned about Ni Yang, Mo Kishin's eyes revealed a trace of warmth. It was clear that their concern was genuine, and they cared deeply for Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone, I really am fine now. Moreover, the bad guy has been caught by the police." Hearing Ni Yang say this, the group finally let out a sigh of relief. The ward was a VIP one, with a sofa and armchairs, very spacious, and sitting a dozen people was not a problem. Everyone stayed in the ward chatting with Ni Yang. Around noon, Mo Chishin took everyone out to eat. Only Ni Tsuehua, Ni Yang, and little Ni Yun were left in the ward. Ni Tsuehua took Ni Yang's hand and asked, "Yang Yang, what exactly happened?" Patting Ni Kuihua's hand, Ni Yang said, "Mom, the person who wanted to kill me is called Sun Dalian." Kill. When Ni Tsuehua heard this word, her face turned pale. "Now it's okay, Sun Dalian has been locked up. She won't ever see the light of day again in her life," Ni Yang said with a smile, comforting Ni Tsuehua, then continued, "Do you remember Li Shu?" Ni Tsuehua nodded. Li Shu was the one who had nearly ruined her life. How could Ni Tsuehua forget her? "Sun Dalian is Li Shu's daughter," Ni Yang said calmly. "Back in Dam Village, the idea to sell me to that old eunuch was Sun Dalian's." Ni Tsuehua gasped in surprise. "Li Shu has a daughter. Why would she want to harm us like this?" The hearts of this mother and daughter pair were really too vicious. Ni Tsuehua was naturally kind-hearted and found it difficult to understand how people could be so malicious. Of course, Ni Yang couldn't tell Ni Tsuehua about her reincarnation. She simply said, "I'm not too clear on the specifics." But their intentions were indeed not good. It took a while for Ni Tsuehua to digest what Ni Yang had said. Then Ni Yang also told Ni Tsuehua about how Mu Jinbao and Mu's grandmother were killed. Ni Tsuehua was stunned for a long time before saying with disbelief, "Your dad and your grandma are both already." Although Ni Tsuehua was quite resentful towards these two people, hearing this news, she was still a bit shocked. Ni Yang nodded, "Yes." After a few minutes of silence, Ni Tsuehua said, "This must be karma. Your dad and your grandma would not have ended up like this if they had had even a shred of conscience. How can people be so evil?" Seeing that Ni Tsuehua didn't have any extreme reaction, Ni Yang quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Ni Tsuehua wouldn't be able to get over this obstacle. After all, Ni Tsuehua had lived with Mu Jinbao's family for nearly 20 years. After a while, Mo Chishin came back with the group from lunch. Mo Chishin had specially packed some food for Ni Tsuehua and Ni Yang to bring back, and also bought a string of candied hawthorns for little Ni Yun. Little Ni Yun happily said, "Thank you, Sister Hu." Mo Chishin patted her little head, "You're welcome." Since there was work to be done in the fields, everyone proposed to leave in the afternoon. Mo Chishan and Ni Tsuihua saw the group out the hospital entrance. A black stretch Lincoln was parked on the side of the road. When the man dressed in a business suit saw Mo Chishan and the group come out, he immediately walked over. He was dressed very formally, and Ni Tsuihua and the others all thought he was some kind of leader, but unexpectedly, the man walked straight to Mo Chishan and stopped beside him. "Sir." Mo Chishan nodded, then turned to the others and said, "Uncle Datu, Auntie Chiao, Grandma Lin, Uncle Lu, Auntie Zhang, you've really gone through a lot today. This is my friend Wang Ping, you can just call him Xiao Wang. He will take you back shortly." Chapter 500, Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _2. Xiao Wang greeted everyone politely. They came to visit Ni Yang voluntarily, how could they trouble Mo Chishan to send them back? "Xiaomo, you don't have to be so polite, we can just take the tram home. The tram station is right across the street, it's very convenient." "Exactly, Xiaomo, you and your aunt should go back, don't worry about us." "Xiaomo." Xiao Wang looked at the villagers talking, then looked at Mo Chishan. It was as if a herd of grass mud horses were running wild in his mind. He was hallucinating, right? Why was Sir so humble in front of these villagers? Mo Chishan said, "You all shouldn't be so polite to me. Waiting for the tram and transferring is a real hassle. Letting Xiao Wang take you back is just a press of a pedal." Mo Chishan's considerate manners made Ni Tsuihua, the future mother-in-law, incredibly pleased. At least Mo Chishan cared for them. He didn't look down on them just because they were from the countryside and he was a city dweller. Ni Tsuihua responded with a smile, "Since it's Xiaomo's kind intention, you all should accept the ride. Don't be polite with him." Since Ni Tsuihua had said so, everyone stopped declining and got into the car with Xiao Wang. Mo Chishan followed them, closing the car doors, and instructed Xiao Wang to drive carefully. Xiao Wang nodded, "Don't worry, sir." The Lincoln was long, and there was plenty of room for 8 people. All the seats were made of genuine leather, suitable for sitting or reclining. They were all ordinary farmers, usually reluctant even to take the tram, let alone a luxury car like this, which they had never even seen before. There were exclamations of amazement in the car. "This car must be very expensive. These seats are so soft. What's this little cupboard for?" Xiao Wang in the driver's seat replied, "That's the onboard snack cabinet. You can all help yourselves." "Thank you, Xiao Wang. We're just curious, having never ridden in a car like this before." They all declined the offer. They weren't the kind of people who would take advantage of a situation. Xiao Wang reassured them, "It's fine. Sir rarely eats those snacks. They'll just be replaced when they expire and that would be a waste." They still declined. Xiao Wang didn't push any further. He was thinking to himself that these villagers were quite decent, not what had expected. After a while, Uncle Dada curiously asked, "Xiao Wang, you and Xiaomo aren't friends, right? If they were really friends, would Xiao Wang be so respectful to them?" Xiao Wang said, "I'm Sir's driver." "Driver?" At this, everyone was taken aback. Most families couldn't even afford 2 bicycles, yet Mo Chishan not only had a sedan but also employed a driver. "My God! Xiaomo is so incredible," muttered Granny Lin, quite astonished. "He's so young and already so wealthy. What does his family do?" "Xiao Wang, do you know what Xiaomo does?" "I'm not really sure." Xiao Wang shook his head, "I'm just a driver." For a moment there, Mo Chishan became the dream husband in everyone's eyes. Each person marveled at how great Ni Quihua's life was. Not only did she have a sensible and beautiful daughter, but also a rich son-in-law. After everyone left, Mo Chishan returned to the ward with Ni Tsuihua. Little Ni Yun was asleep on the bed while Ni Yang was writing something. To give the mother and daughter some quiet space, Mo Chishan quietly left the ward. Out in the corridor, he lit a cigarette. The sight of his thin lips clutching the cigarette, his face half obscured in the smoke, was mysteriously sexy, drawing the eyes of passing nurses and pedestrians. Mo Chishan, suddenly, an overjoyed female voice sounded from behind. Mo Chishan looked back slightly, somewhat stunned. The woman was young, wearing a dark cheongsam. She smiled and said, Mo Chishan, what brings you to the hospital? She seemed to know him, but Mo Chishan couldn't remember who she was at all. Slightly frowning, he requested, Who are you? Other than Ni Yang. Every other woman, to him, was no different than random passers-by. If this woman hadn't been wearing a cheongsam, which Ni Yang often wore, Mo Chishan probably wouldn't have given her another glance. Seeing Mo Chishan's reaction, disappointment flashed in the young woman's eyes. She then said, Ji Ro. Don't you remember? Mo Chishan shook his head slightly. Chapter 501, Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _3. Ji Ro continued, We were classmates in elementary school, I used to sit behind you. The last time in F country, I even sold you a cheongsam. That cheongsam was the treasure of our store. Do you remember now? After her explanation, Mo Chishan seemed to recall a bit. Ji Ro continued, What brings you here? Are you not feeling well? I came with my girlfriend. Mo Chishan replied. Girlfriend? They haven't broken up yet. Could it be that woman also knows Mo Chishan's true identity, which is why she refuses to break up? Ji Ro maintained her usual demeanor and said, What a coincidence your girlfriend is here as well. You were just telling me last time how beautiful she is, I wonder if I have the honor to meet her. Ji Ro was confident in her appearance, she did not believe there could be anyone more beautiful than herself. Although her intention was to meet, her real aim was to show off. No woman would be comfortable with her boyfriend bringing home a female friend who is more beautiful than herself. Ji Ro wanted to make her back off. It might be a bit inconvenient. Mo Chishan refused. Inconvenient? Ji Ro was momentarily taken aback, and then laughed, Is your girlfriend so petty that even our meeting would bother her? I'm the one who would mind. I don't want misunderstandings. Mo Chishan said. He was already spoken for, so he naturally should maintain his integrity. He was not one for ambiguous interactions with other women. Mo Chishan hadn't had a female friend for years. Ji Ro was taken aback again, she didn't expect Mo Chishan to reply to her in such manner and was left with a suffocating feeling in her heart. It seems you really love your girlfriend. Mo Chishan nodded. Ji Ro laughed and said, Mo Chishan, is it appropriate for a man like you to act so humble? How can you cut off all your social interactions for a woman? Isn't your girlfriend being a bit too tyrannical? You can't just be indulgent in everything she says. She's already overbearing before marriage, do you even have a say in your home after marriage? This sentence carried a hint of provocation, aiming to stir discord. Men with fragile resolve would waver after hearing such words. But Mo Chishan was not like other men. He coolly glanced at Ji Ro, I like to dote on her. Do you have a problem with that? Ji Ro was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Most men of this era maintained some degree of male chauvinism, rarely would they listen to their wives' wishes. Ji Ro had categorized Mo Chishan as one of them. Little did she know, this man was deeply invested in his relationship and was willing to be entirely at her beck and call for the woman he loved. Why couldn't such a good man be hers? Ji Ro felt a pang of sadness. If Mo Chishan's girlfriend was her, she would wake up laughing from her dreams. Ji-ro had never wanted to marry Imo-chishin as much as she did at this moment. She wanted him to dote on her as well. Ji-ro quickly recovered her smile. You misunderstood, that's not what I meant. Before Ji-ro could finish her sentence, Imo-chishin said, I have been out for too long. My girlfriend must be getting anxious. A pang of jealousy tugged at Ji-ro's heart. She really wanted to see just how ethereal his girlfriend was. Imo-chishin disappeared down the hall. Instead of going directly back to the ward, he went to the bathroom to wash his face and rinse off the smell of smoke before finally entering the ward. When he walked in, the room remained the same. Ni Yen was writing something. Ni Tsuehua and little Ni Yun were napping on the bed. Ni Yen had her eyes slightly downcast, her face serious. The sunlight filtered in from outside, casting a soft gold glow on her, which was so pleasing to the eyes. Imo-chishin walked in quietly, picked up a newspaper, and began reading on the couch. In an instant, it was already the evening. Imo-chishin glanced at the window and then said, Auntie, I can arrange for someone to take you and Yun home. I can stay here and accompany Yen. Ni Tsuehua was after all taking care of a child. It was inconvenient to stay in the hospital. And there were also pets at home that needed feeding. Imo-chishin had thought things through thoroughly. Ni Yen smiled and said, Big brother Mo, you and my mom should go back. I just have a light injury, I am not incapacitated. I can take care of myself. Ni Tsuehua said, Yen, just listen to Xiao Ma. You have a wound on your waist and should move as little as possible. I feel more at ease with Xiao Ma here to take care of you. Xiao Ma, I will have to trouble you with this. Chapter 502, Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _4. Imo-chishin said, it's all what I should do. Ni Tsuehua was very satisfied with her future son-in-law, Imo-chishin. After delivering Ni Tsuehua and little Ni Yun to their car, Imo-chishin returned. Has my mom left? Asked Ni Yang. Yes. Imo-chishin continued, what do you want to eat tonight? I can go buy it for you. Ni Yang flipped a page in the notebook on the table and said, I can eat anything, brother Imo, you don't have to go through the trouble of going out to buy. You can just get food from the hospital cafeteria. The cafeteria food lacks nutrition. Imo-chishin put on his coat from the rack. Yang, I'll be right back. Even though it was early summer, the evening in Beijing City was a bit cool. People going out were all wearing jackets. Imo-chishin didn't head straight to the restaurant, he first stopped by a phone booth. Hello. Keep a close eye on the lawyer, don't give son Dalian any chance for a reduced sentence. After finishing his sentence, Imo-chishin hung up the phone with a frosty face, left the phone booth and headed to the restaurant. He didn't need to handle buying the meal himself, but when it concerned Ni Yang, he didn't want others to do it. Just as he was nearing the hospital entrance, he ran into Ji-ro who was coming out. Imo-chishin chose to ignore her, but Ji-ro greeted him warmly. Hey! What a coincidence, Imo-chishin. Are you out buying dinner? Imo-chishin nodded slightly. Ji-ro glanced at her watch and went on, it's still early. Since we haven't seen each other for a long time, why don't we grab something to eat first? We can buy food for your girlfriend later. All relationships are built over time through daily interactions, so Ji-ro wouldn't miss any opportunity to spend time with Imo-chishin. Imo-chishin flatly rejected her. Ji-ro said, What? Are you afraid your girlfriend might misunderstand? It's just a casual gathering between old classmates, it's no big deal. You can't cut off all your social interactions just because of your girlfriend, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Ji-ro continued, Imo-chishin, you are really too in love with your girlfriend. I really envy her. How lucky she is to have found such a good boyfriend like you. Why don't I have that kind of luck? You're just unlucky. Mo Chishan replied bluntly. After his statement, he ignored Ji-ro and walked away. Unlucky. Ji-ro watched Mo Chishan's retreating figure, speechless for a while. What does he mean she's unlucky? She was born as the Ji family's heiress. How could she be considered unlucky? Ji-ro grew even more curious about what Mo Chishan's girlfriend looked like, since he was so protective of her. He wouldn't even give her a sliver of opportunity. Miss Ji. At that moment, a young man ran up to her. What's the matter? Ji Rao's expression changed instantly. Have you gotten the medication yet? Mr. Abner is getting anxious. Ji-ro nodded. I have the medication. Let's go. She had wanted to follow Mo Chishan to get a glimpse of his girlfriend, but it seemed she would have to wait for another opportunity. She refused to believe that Mo Chishan and his girlfriend got along so well that they never even had a quarrel. Mo Chishan came back to the ward with the meal in a box, fetched a basin of water from the bathroom, placed it by the bed, held the basin with one hand and brushed her loose hair away from her ear with the other. His rough fingers contrasted sharply with her delicate skin. Yang, time to wash your hands and eat. Yang was preoccupied with her writing. She looked up in surprise at the sound of Mo Chishan's voice. Brother Mo, why did you bring the water here? You could have just told me, I could have washed my hands in the bathroom. You're injured. It's inconvenient for you, replied Mo Chishan. Yang laughed. You make it sound as if I'm a paraplegic. It's only a superficial wound. I'm not so seriously injured that I can't even wash my hands. Just as Yang was about to start eating, Mo Chishan held a spoonful of food to her mouth. The porcelain white spoon was filled with chicken soup with a layer of butter floating on top, its aroma wafting into the air. Brother Mo, what are you trying to do? Feed you. Mo Chishan spooned the soup directly into her mouth. With no choice but to swallow the delicious chicken soup, Yang took the bowl and spoon from Mo Chishan's hands. I can do it myself, Brother Mo, you should eat too. Yang was not immobile, she couldn't possibly let Mo Chishan feed her. Chapter 503, Li Xianxian was sentenced to death. The boss is a straight male _5. Let me feed you. Mo Chishan held the bowl tightly in his hand, making it impossible for Yang to grab it from him. I promised your aunt that I'd take good care of you. Seeing Mo Chishan so determined, Yang had no choice but to play her role as a giant baby waiting to be fed. Brother Mo, aren't you going to eat? Mo Chishan fed her a spoonful of chicken soup. I'll eat after you've had enough. Yang laughed. You're making it sound like I'm torturing you by not letting you eat. Mo Chishan replied, I'm more than happy to. Why are you so sweet-talking? Yang pinched his face. Mo Chishan raised his brows slightly. You already know how sweet it is without even tasting. Yang, he's getting better and better at flirting. I'm losing. At night, Yang slept in the hospital bed while Mo Chishan curled up on the sofa. With his tall stature and long legs, the sofa seemed a bit cramped. A single turn could cause him to fall to the floor. Fortunately, Mo Chishan was a peaceful sleeper. Yang observed for a long time but never saw him fall off the sofa. As she watched, she became drowsy and fell asleep. At this moment, the man who was supposed to be sound asleep suddenly opened his eyes. Like a cheetah on a hunt, he was ready to pounce. The next day, Mo Chishan came back from buying food, bringing good news with him. Li Xianxian was sentenced to death, to be executed in 3 months. Upon hearing this news, Yang let out a sigh of relief. After all, Li Xianxian was the culprit behind her murder in her previous life. If Li Xianxian didn't die, Yang always felt uneasy. In the afternoon, Ni Yang was resting in bed when there was a commotion at the entrance of the ward. Then, the elderly Mrs. Mo, Mr. Mo, Lin Pingping, Mo Hudi, and others came in carrying bags of nutritious goodies. Because Ni Yang had specifically asked Mo Qishan not to mention this to the two elders, they had only just found out about it. Upon hearing the news, they rushed over immediately. Yang, are you okay? Are you feeling better? Mrs. Mo asked, her eyes red with worry. Aunt Mo, I'm fine. Ni Yang got up and did a couple of turns. As you can see, I'm full of energy, there's nothing wrong with me. Mrs. Mo grumbled, it's all that careless boy's fault. How could he not tell us anything about such a big event? Yang, you're really okay, right? Ni Yang laughed, I'm really okay, don't worry. I was actually the one who asked Brother Mo not to tell you. Don't blame him. Mrs. Mo looked around the hospital ward, where is little Six? Isn't he with you? This ridiculous boy, how can he be her boyfriend? He deserved a good beating. Ni Yang replied, Brother Mo went to buy meals. He should be back soon. Only then did Mrs. Mo abandon the thought of beating up Mo Qishan. Lin Pingping placed the lilies she brought into a vase and then asked, Yang, what on earth happened? Ni Yang briefly explained the situation with Li Xianxian. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mo sighed in relief, thank goodness Chuan didn't marry that woman. Otherwise, our Mo family could have been ruined by her. It's terrifying. Who could have imagined that Li Xianxian would do such a horrid thing? Lin Pingping also sighed. Mo Hudi looked at Ni Yang with concern, Sister Ni Yang, are you really okay? Were you hurt by that bad Xianxian? Although Ni Yang was now Mo Qishan's girlfriend, her future aunt, Mo Hudi still couldn't help but call her sister Ni Yang. Ni Yang gave a slight smile, I'm really fine, Xiaodai, you don't have to worry. Sister Ni Yang. A figure rushed in from outside the door, and was about to hug Ni Yang around the waist when a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Ni Yang behind him. Yang Guobao looked up in confusion and saw a stern-faced Mo Qishan. Uncle Mo 6. Mo Qishan said, Guobao, you're a young man now. You need to understand the principle of no physical contact between the opposite gender, okay? But I like Sister Ni Yang. Yang Guobao replied softly. Mo Qishan seriously said, you cannot like a woman who is already taken. What does a married woman mean? Yang Guobao asked. A married woman is someone who already has a partner, Mo Qishan continued, your sister Ni Yang is now my girlfriend, so you can't hug her. Why? Yang Guobao scratched his head. Mo Qishan bent over slightly, leaned into Yang Guobao's ear, and warned softly with a smile, if I see you misbehaving around Ni Yang again, I'll punch you, okay? As he spoke those last words, Mo Qishan clenched his fist. Yang Guobao was already a little scared of Mo Qishan, and that threat turned his face pale. He had seen Mo Qishan make a little boy who was bullying Mo Hudi cry. After that incident, the little boy and his entire family moved away. Ni Yang, who was standing behind, asked, Mo, what are you saying to Guobao? Mo Qishan gave a fatherly smile, gently stroked Yang Guobao's head, and said, I was just saying how quickly Guobao is growing. It has only been a few years, and he's already this big. Wang Meifeng walked in and laughed, exactly, Guobao has grown quite a bit recently. Yang Guobao, scared, quickly hid behind Wang Meifeng. Mamma mia! Uncle Mo 6 is too scary. He can lie so calmly with his eyes wide open. Guobao, why are you being shy? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow. Yang Guobao peeped out from behind Wang Meifeng, Sister Ni Yang, are you okay? I'm fine. Ni Yang waved him over, Guobao, come here. Yang Guobao walked over, no longer daring to hug Ni Yang affectionately as before, and just stood there properly. Mo Qishan was finally satisfied. 3 days later, Ni Yang was officially discharged from the hospital. To avoid trouble, Ni Yang specifically didn't let Ni Tsuehua drop her, because it wasn't a big deal. Instead of riding a bicycle this time, Mo Qishan had Wu Daming drive Ni Yang home. Sixth sister-in-law, congratulations on your discharge. Thank you. The car moved rapidly, and they arrived at the Ni family's courtyard in no time. To welcome Ni Yang back, Ni Tsuehua had prepared a brazier at the gate. In the eyes of the older generation, the hospital is a very bad place because it's often associated with death and hence has heavy yin energy. Stepping over the brazier is considered auspicious and can turn bad luck into good luck, signifying getting away from misfortune and bringing prosperity. After stepping over the brazier, they would also take a peachwood branch dipped in water to sprinkle on the body, to dispel evil spirits. After everything was arranged, Mo Qishan lit the firecrackers handed by Ni Tsuehua. Ni Yang walked out from amidst the smoke, laughing, "Mom, it's just a discharge, you don't need to make such a fuss." Ni Tsuehua replied, "Although you seem to have only suffered a minor injury this time, if you had been a bit unluckier, I might not have seen you again. We need to ward off evil and drive away all the bad luck, so you will be safe and everything will go smoothly in the future." It was only recently that Ni Tsuehua found out that Li Xianxian had been carrying a 40 centimeters long fruit knife that day. If the knife had gone in a little deeper, would she still be able to see Ni Yang? Just thinking about it frightened Ni Tsuehua. Tweet. A black bird flew from the osmanthus tree in the yard to Ni Yang's shoulder. Duo duo. Ni Yang stroked its little head. Duo duo affectionately nuzzled Ni Yang's palm. Then, Ni Tsuehua came to her senses and invited Mo Qishan and Wu Daming in. "Xiao Mo, Xiao Wu, come in and sit." The two of them followed Ni Tsuehua inside. Mo Qishan had visited the Ni family many times and had already considered himself as part of the family. He began pouring tea for Wu Daming. Wu Daming was pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, Brother Six." Chapter 504, Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Sheng when she was young _1. Wu Daming has been following Mo Qishan for such a long time, but he had never seen Mo Qishan so humble before. Except when he encountered Ni Yang. Wu Daming picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. His heart was filled with emotions. Ni Tsuehua brought a dish of green apples and sunflower seeds to him. "Xiao Wu, here are some apples and seeds for you. Please help yourself." "Thank you, Auntie." Wu Daming immediately put down his tea and expressed his gratitude. Ni Tsuehua continued, "Shemo, let Xiao Wu have some food. He's too shy to eat." "Sure, Auntie." Mo Qishan nodded and handed a green apple to Wu Daming. The moment Ni Yang returned home, she went to her room to check. After staying 5 days in the hospital, she found her room very tidy and completely dust-free, thanks to Ni Kui who was cleaning. A white June snow tree peeked in from the window, releasing a light fragrance. Underneath the window lay a desk with a pile of thick books and an old-style military green lamp on the left. Next to it was a pen holder filled with all sorts of blue and black pens and fountain pens. Next to it was a very large wardrobe with a full-length mirror mounted on the door. The arrangement was simple but exuding a heartwarming appeal. Home is always the most comfortable place, Ni Yang sighed, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath of the surrounding air. Yang Yang. Mo Qishan walked in from the outside. "Do you have any band-aids here?" Band-aids were introduced to China in the 1940s, but it wasn't until the 1970s that they really hit the market. As Ni Yang was a doctor, she kept band-aids at home. Band-aids? Ni Yang frowned slightly. Did someone get hurt? Wu Daming accidentally cut his finger while peeling an apple, Mo Qishan replied. Is everything okay? How deep is the cut? Ni Yang asked as she opened a first aid kit. It's fine. A band-aid is all he needs. Brother Mo, here you go. Ni Yang handed a band-aid to Mo Qishan. Walking into the living room, they found Wu Daming was pacing around with his injured finger in hand. Brother Six, do you have a band-aid? Mo Qishan nodded and handed him the band-aid. How is it? Is the cut deep? Should we apply some medicine and wrap it up? Ni Yang walked forward to check. No need, sister-in-law. It's just a scratch. Wu Daming replied while applying the band-aid. After Ni Yang felt reassured, she walked to the table, picked up a cup and took a sip of tea. Frowning slightly, she said to Mo Qishan, Brother Mo, why are you drinking such strong tea? Have you not been sleeping well recently? Considering that Mo Qishan had been sleeping on the hospital couch for the past few nights, it would have been natural for him not to sleep well. Mo Qishan smiled and said, I'm just used to drinking strong tea. How come I've never noticed before that you like your tea so strong? It's still early, why don't you go sleep for a while in my room? It'll wake you up when it's time for lunch. Ni Yang ushered Mo Qishan towards her bedroom. I'm not sleepy. You are. Ni Yang did not give him a chance to refuse and directly pushed Mo Qishan to sit on the bed in her room. Go to sleep now. It's only 8:30. We eat lunch at 12. You can sleep at least for another 3.5 hours. I'm really not sleepy. Mo Qishan laughed helplessly. Just go to sleep. Ni Yang pressed down his shoulder. She was about to take off his shoes, but Mo Qishan immediately sat up and said, Yang, I said I'd go to sleep. I can take off my shoes myself. Mo Qishan said and started taking off his shoes. Ni Yang pulled up the light cover and placed it on him. I'm leaving now. I'll call you for lunch. Okay. Mo Qishan nodded. Ni Yang's bed was different from the imported Simmons-style beds. Her bed was a carved frame bed with a top and 4 posts. The bed seemed like a small house. The frame was made of mahogany and was carved with simple patterns, which made it look exceptionally secure. Underneath the bed sheet was a layer of dry straw. Lying on it felt soft, and a faint sweet scent of straw lingered around, just like the scent on Ni Yang, very pleasant to his nose. The thought that this was Ni Yang's bed and the blanket had been used by her excited Mo Qishan. He pulled the blanket over his face and deeply inhaled its scent. He fell asleep without realizing it. He had a great sleep until Ni Yang woke him up for lunch. Lunch was splendid, including braised pork, mapo tofu, boiled fish, cold noodles, and tomato and egg soup. Ni Yang's culinary skills were impressive. Even an ordinary dish like the braised pork had an extraordinary taste when she cooked it. Chapter 505, Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Sheng when she was young_2. Wu Daming gobbled down 3 large bowls of rice enthusiastically, speaking with his mouth full, this is so delicious. You are an incredible cook, Sixth sister-in-law. Ni Yen smiled, if you enjoy the food, eat as much as you want, don't be shy. Wu Daming said, thank you, Sixth sister-in-law. Ni Yen picked a piece of braised pork with her chopsticks, bit off and swallowed the lean part, then casually tossed the fatty piece into Mo Qishan's bowl. Mo Qishan immediately ate the piece she had discarded. Wu Daming was left speechless at this sight. He originally assumed Mo Qishan would toss the piece aside. Unexpectedly, not only did Mo Qishan eat it readily, he appeared to enjoy it immensely. How extraordinary was that? Did Qishan not have a cleanliness obsession? When did his aversion to unclean items gets resolved? At this point, Wu Daming looked utterly bewildered. Upon noticing his reaction, the curious Ni Yen looked up and asked, Wu Daming, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, not at all. Wu Daming shook his head vigorously, then dismissively said, I'm just feeling too full. Pathetic, muttered Mo Qishan. Wu Daming. If you're so dignified, why are you eating your wife's leftovers? After they had finished eating, Ni Yen saw off Mo Qishan and Wu Daming. Wu Daming very prudently walked up ahead, allowing Ni Yen and Mo Qishan to linger behind. Ni Yen said, Brother Mo, come to my house for lunch the day after tomorrow. Mo Qishan nodded, okay. Soon, they reached the village entrance, where the black luxury car was parked beneath the large banyan tree. At first, when a luxury car was parked at the village entrance, the villagers were very curious and even crowded around to have a look. After all, cars were a rare commodity during that era. However, as the car made more frequent appearances, the villagers became accustomed to the sight. Time flew quickly and little Ni Yun's birthday was only 1 day away. Ni Yen planned to celebrate little Ni Yun's birthday wholeheartedly, so she started preparing the birthday cake today. Actually, there were already cake shops in Beijing at this time, but the custom-made designs all looked the same. Either it would be a big immortal peach or an old-fashioned flower, and they were all made with food coloring and cream, so it wasn't healthy. Hence, Ni Yen decided to hand-make a cake. Ni Yen is a person of strong execution. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and got to work in the kitchen. The first step in making a cake is kneading the flour. Mix eggs and milk into the flour, add yeast to knead it into dough, let it ferment naturally for about 5 hours, and it's ready for baking. Even though Ni Yen didn't have an oven, she had a bread kiln. As long as the temperature was well controlled, the bread kiln could also be used to bake cakes. After kneading the dough, Ni Yen started making the cream. Making cream at home is simple. All you need is eggs, milk, edible oil, and granulated sugar. First, separate the egg whites, put them in a bowl and stir in the same direction. When more foam is stirred, add milk, edible oil, and granulated sugar to continue stirring for more than 20 minutes, letting the liquid in the bowl become a thick paste, and the cream is done. After Ni Yen finished making the cream, she stored it in the refrigerator. By now, their home was equipped with all the 4 major appliances. These 4 major appliances are TV, refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine. There was no air conditioner at this time, so it was replaced by a window unit. Mo Qishan gave these 4 major appliances when the roof beam was put up. Currently, only the refrigerator was being used. Both the refrigerator and the window air conditioner were installed in the new house. Ni Yen planned to move into the new house in another month. After lunch, Ni Yen took a plastic bucket and went to the creek at the foot of the mountain. This creek maintained water flow all year round. Even in the dry season, when all the rivers dried up, the creek remained unchanged. In an era where there was no pollution from factories, the creek water was crystal clear. You could see the rainbow fish and small fish swimming around. Such a scene was only visible in the 80s and 90s. As factories popped up in later years, all the streams turned into drain ditches. Ni Yen came here this time not to catch fish, but to pick up snails and catch crabs to provide an additional meal for little Ni Yun's birthday tomorrow. The flavor of snails and crabs bred in the creek was much better than those from the river. It's not a taste that one could find at a night market food stall in later years. Ni Yen put the plastic bucket on a big rock, rolled up her trouser legs, stepped barefoot into the creek. The shallow water just covered her ankles. It was easy to pick up snails. A casual touch could feel a handful of them. Chapter 506, "Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Sheng when she was young _3. Catching crabs was tougher, requiring overturning each rock individually. Normally, only one crab would hide under a single rock. However, because no one usually caught them, Yang spent 3 hours catching over 30. Together with the snails, they filled almost half of the bucket. Not being greedy, Yang decided to return, believing there was enough to eat. The snails and crabs both had to be left in clean water overnight. After they had disgorged any mud or sand, they could be cooked the next day. The next day, Yang woke up early. She delivered the new clothes that she secretly bought days ago to Kuihua's room. "Happy birthday, little Yunyun, do you like this dress?" "Sister, hug." Seeing Yang, little Yun stretched her arms out for a hug. Tsuhua smiled and said, "Yunyun has too many clothes already, why are you buying her more, Yin? Stop wasting money." Yang replied, "Today is Yunyun's birthday, of course, she needs to wear a new dress." "Mom, hurry up and help Yunyun try on the dress." The dress was a red set with the word Fu, which means luck, printed on it. It looked very festive. Coupled with little Yun's chubby stature, she looked just like a little Fua, good luck doll, when she put it on. Little Yun, now in her new dress, was ecstatic and couldn't stop giggling. She gurgled, "Pretty. Pretty. Yunyun, quickly thank your sister." "Thanks, sister." Typically, birthday feasts are at midday. Therefore, after breakfast, Yang began baking the cake. The dough, kneaded and prepared the day before, rose very well. Just as Yang placed the mold into the oven, voices could be heard outside. "Sister Yang." The voices arrived before the people. Yang Guobao and Nemo Hyuri, 2 little fellows, charged in from outside. "Guobao, shout I." Mo Hyuri rushed over and hugged Yang, while Yang Guobao strategically stood aside, correcting her. "Sister Yang, we agreed that you should call me Debao, how could you forget?" Yang freed one hand to ruffle his hair. Okay, Debao, Debao. Yang. Following that, Mo Qishan, Old Master Mo, Lady Mo, Lin Pingping, along with Wang Meifeng, Zhou Suhua, Yang Dehai, Yang Changjing and others entered. Auntie Mo, Uncle Mo, Sister Pingping, Auntie Yang, Uncle Yang, sister-in-law, brother Yang, you're all here. Yang was surprised. As Yang was now Mo Qishan's girlfriend, a generation was added in between, so she changed the way she addressed Wang Meifeng's relatives, else it would get a little disorganized. As for kids Yang Guobao and Mo Hyuri, she let them call her whatever they wanted. Lady Mo smiled and said, "Today is little Yunyun's first birthday, how could we not come?" In China, a child's first birthday is very important. Usually, it is the child's maternal grandmother who celebrates the birthday, but as Yang had no kin in Beijing, Lady Mo had come instead. She planned to give little Yun a grand first birthday. While on their way here, they had run into Wang Meifeng's family and so came together. The more, the merrier. Yang didn't tell anyone about little Yun's birthday, even Mo Qishan was only subtly invited over for lunch. She was afraid that Lady Mo and Wang Meifeng would spend money when they found out. Besides wasting money, it'd be a waste of their time as well, given that it was a work day. However, against her expectations, they had still come. To say she wasn't moved would be a lie. Hearing the noise outside, Tsuhua immediately went out to welcome them, holding the child in her arms. This was the first time that Tsuhua had met Old Master Mo and Lady Mo, so Yang introduced them formally. "Mom, this is Brother Mo's mother, and this is Brother Mo's father. Uncle Mo, Auntie Mo, this is my mom, and this is my sister Yun." Compared to Ni Tsuihua, Old Master Mo and Lady Mo seemed much older. After all, there was over a 30-year age difference between them. Ni Tsuihua immediately put down the child and reached out to shake hands with Lady Mo and Old Master Mo. Nice to meet you both, Ni Yan's mother. Lady Mo took Ni Quihua's hand and said emotionally, Ni Yan's mom, you've raised a wonderful daughter. As Lady Mo looked at Ni Tsuihua, she suddenly felt a strange sensation and continued, Ni Yan's mom, have we met before? She had a hunch that she and Ni Tsuihua had met before, but she couldn't recall where. Ni Tsuihua hesitated, I don't think so, maybe you're mistaken. Ni Tsuihua had always been an ordinary countryside woman. If she had met someone like Lady Mo, who had an imposing aura, she wouldn't have forgotten it. Chapter 507, Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Sheng when she was young. 4. Old Lady Mo turned to look at Old Master Mo. Old man, don't you think Yang Yang's mom looks familiar? Old Master Mo furrowed his brows slightly. She does, seems somewhat familiar. Old Lady Mo continued, Yang Yang's mom, where is your hometown? Ni Tsuihua replied, my hometown is Haiqing. Old Lady Mo nodded, Haiqing is nice. The girls from there are always very charming, no wonder you gave birth to such a pretty and well-behaved child like Yang Yang. Ah, is this little Yun? Let Auntie hold you, okay? Normally, Old Lady Mo could have been little Ni Yun's grandmother, but today she was an aunt. Little Ni Yun was not shy at all and opened her arms, shouting Auntie, which made Old Lady Mo very happy. If it were not for her old age, Old Lady Mo might have even wanted another child. Ni Tsuihua continued, let's not stand at the door, let's go inside and sit. The group of people went inside. Ni Yang was handing out disposable cups for tea. Actually, disposable cups did not exist at this time. These cups were produced by the factory when Ni Yang had ordered custom milk tea cups. Yang, let me help you. Mo Qishan picked up the kettle. Ni Yang poured the tea leaves and he poured the hot water. As there were many people, the living room seemed a bit crowded. This was Mo Huti's first time in the countryside. She was very excited and curious about everything. Yang Guobao explained everything along the way. Xiaodai, look, this is a bread oven. Do you know what a bread oven is for? I don't know. Mo Huti shook her head. Yang Guobao said, Xiaodai, you're really silly. You're a writer. A bread oven, as the name implies, is for making bread. And let me tell you, Sister Ni Yang and I made this bread oven by hand. Look here, this is where Sister Ni Yang and I wrote our names in our own handwriting. Wow! Really? Mo Huti looked admiringly at it. She also wanted to build a bread oven with Sister Ni Yang. Yang Guobao went on, I have many good friends in the village, too. Come on, Xiaodai, I'll introduce you to my good friends. Okay. Mo Huti happily followed Yang Guobao's footsteps. Yang Guobao took Mo Huti to the secret base where everyone often played together, Xiaohua, Penghu, Guichang, Xiaoshuan, Zhuzi, Yuelyang, let me introduce you, this is my good friend Mo Huti, you can call her Xiaodai. The village children all greeted Mo Huti in a friendly manner. After hellos, Yang Guobao suddenly realized something was amiss. Scratching his head he said, Hey, where's Gooden? Gooden is at home doing homework. Penghu replied. Yang Guobao exclaimed in surprise, Gooden is being diligent today. Penghu chuckled, his father beat him. No wonder. Yang Guobao continued, you guys play first, I'm going to take Xiaodai to find Gooden. As Yang Guobao led Mo Huti in the direction of Gooden's home, he introduced her, Xiaodai, Gooden is my best brother. We are both boys of the dog generation. Oh. Mo Huti nodded. In a short while, they reached Gooden's house. Gooden. Gooden. Yang Guobao stood outside and shouted. Soon, Gooden came out running gleefully, cheering happily. Debao, you're here. The two brothers warmly embraced each other. Gooden, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Immortality, you can call her Xiaodai. Xiaodai, this is Gooden. Hi Gooden. Xiaodai. The bond between children is quite simple and pure, without much calculation. In no time, Immortality had joined in the play, even learning how to mold clay into people and houses. For the first time in her life, Immortality discovered that there were things more fun than writing. This feeling was awesome. Ni family home. Ni Yang was busy in the kitchen, with Immortality helping on the side. Ni Zhuhua was taking care of the children while entertaining the guests. Originally, Lin Pingping and Wang Meifeng wanted to help in the kitchen, but seeing how well Ni Yang and Mo Qishan were working together, they quietly left. A couple getting along so well, if they had stayed, they would have become third wheels. For lunch, Ni Yang prepared 4 cold dishes, 3 stir-fries, a soup, and a huge pot of grilled fish. Because there were many people, if only stir-fried dishes were made, by the time each dish was fried and brought to the table, they would already be cold and tasteless. Chapter 508, Boss, where is your obsessive cleanliness? You look a lot like Mrs. Sheng when she was young _5. A pot of grilled fish with all the side dishes, delicious and convenient. The cold dish was sour and spicy ear mushrooms, pickled chicken feet, then smashed cucumber and spinach mixed with vermicelli. The stir-fried dishes were spicy crab, spicy fried river snails, and sautéed green beans with river prawns. Then, a winter melon and kelp pork rib soup. Eating more kelp and winter melon in the summer is said to have slimming and whitening benefits. After preparing all the dishes, Ni Yang stewed the grilled fish with sides in the pot. Then she began making the cake. The cake base from the bakery oven was beautiful, golden and fragrant, making one's mouth water. Mo Qishan exclaimed in surprise, Yang, are you making your own birthday cake? Emichim. Ni Yang nodded her head, cutting a piece of the cake and stuffing it into Mo Qishan's mouth. Brother Mo, taste if it's good or not. The bite was soft, with a strong milky fragrance. It was fluffy and melted in the mouth. It was sweet, but not too rich, incomparably more delicious than the one sold outside. Delicious. Mo Qishan nodded his head. That's good. Ni Yang took out cream, fruits, and cocoa sauce to start decorating the cake. Ni Yang had baked 4 cake bases, intending to share with the village children. That meant she was making a 4-layered cake. She spread cream and cocoa sauce evenly on each layer, then topped with diced mango and strawberries. On the top layer, she decorated it with cute little cherries, before writing, Happy Birthday, with strawberry sauce. And just like that, a gorgeous birthday cake was completed. Simple, beautiful, and still delicious. After making the cake, she put it in the kitchen, planning to have it after lunch, and then blow the candles on the cake. 1 table wasn't enough for everyone at noon, so Ni Yang combined 2 tables into 1. Everyone chatted while eating, happy and content. After the meal, Ni Yang and Mo Qishan carefully moved the cake to the center of the table. Wow, such a beautiful cake. Yang, I heard from Lao Lu that you made this cake yourself. Ni Yang nodded, yes, that's right. Yang, you are simply capable of everything. Lin Pingping exclaimed. Before meeting Ni Yang, Lin Pingping never knew a girl could be so strong. Ni Yang changed her perception of women and allowed her to see herself properly. If it weren't for Ni Yang, she wouldn't be where she is today. Ni Yang smiled and replied, Sister Pingping, it's just a cake. It isn't as exaggerated as you're saying. Old Mrs. Mo looked at Ni Young, love overflowing in her eyes. How could such a good girl fall into her dog son's hands? She was somewhat reluctant to let Ni Young marry Mo Chishan. Because little Ni Yun was so young, everyone helped to blow out the candles in the end. When the cake was being cut, Ni Young purposely asked Yang Guobao to bring the other children from the village over. In an era like this, a cake is a rare delicacy. Normally, when a child's birthday comes around, they'd be lucky to have a hard-boiled egg. Who ever heard of having a cake? Some children were seeing cake for the first time. When each child received a piece of cake, they were all very happy and thanked Ni Young politely. The fondness in the children's eyes for Ni Young was not feigned. Old Mr. and Mrs. Mo were very surprised. They never thought that Ni Young could be so popular in the village, and so loving. Though there were many people, thankfully the cake was big enough for everyone to get a large slice. Old Mrs. Mo chuckled, "This is my first time tasting such a delicious cake." This comment wasn't about complimenting Ni Young. Ni Young was a good baker, her cake was not too sweet or greasy, and there were fruits sandwiched in the middle. It tasted uniquely delicious, something one could not find in any cake shops of that era. The rest of them nodded in agreement. Even Wang Meifeng, who usually doesn't have a sweet tooth, ate a whole piece. They stayed at the Ni families until dusk before returning home. That night, Old Lady Mo and Old Man Mo sat on the bed chatting. "Old man, Yang Yang's mom is really a good person and she's beautiful. It's a pity that she became a widow at such a young age." As a woman, Old Lady Mo knew how difficult it was to be a single mother. Old Man Mo put down his newspaper. "You want to play matchmaker again?" Old Lady Mo laughed. "You guessed it right. What do you think of Dehui?" Old Man Mo hesitated for a while, then said, "Dehui is a man of good character, his family background is decent, and he is a university professor. Indeed, he's quite a catch. But I don't know if he would be interested in Yang Yang's mom." After all, Shengguan Dihui's qualifications were clear for all to see, and being from a wealthy family, Old Man Mo's concerns were not without reason. Now it was Old Lady Mo's turn to be displeased. "What's this? Shengguan Dihui isn't good enough for Yang Yang's mom. Yang Yang's mom is attractive, has a great figure, is educated. If anyone is to reject the other, it would be Yang Yang's mom rejecting Shengguan Dihui." In Old Lady Mo's eyes, Ni Tsuehua was perfect. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and a few years younger than Shengguan Dihui. After being scolded by Old Lady Mo, Old Man Mo immediately admitted defeat. "Yes, yes, yes, you are always right. Indeed I am." Old Lady Mo tossed back the covers and got off the bed. "I'm calling Mrs. Lin right now." The Mrs. Lin that Old Lady Mo mentioned was a publicly recognized matchmaker in their circle. She loved matchmaking in her spare time. Not long after, Old Lady Mo returned looking dejected. Old Man Mo looked up. "What happened? What did Mrs. Lin say?" Old Lady Mo sighed. "We were too late. Mrs. Lin has already introduced her niece to Dehui. Apparently, they both left good impressions on each other and are about to meet their parents to get engaged." "Really? What a coincidence." Old Man Mo was a bit surprised. "Precisely." Old Lady Mo continued, "You know, Su Fen has been gone for so many years, and Dehui never thought about finding a new wife. But why did he suddenly decide to marry now? Could it be that he found Dia?" Old Lady Mo had a good relationship with Old Lady Shengguan, so she knew about Dia. Old Man Mo shook his head. "I don't think so. Didn't you say Mrs. Lin introduced her niece to Dehui? How could their niece become Dia? Let's change the subject. They'll find a good match for Yang Yang's mom one day." Old Lady Mo continued, "Oh, old man, have you noticed that Yang Yang's mom looks like someone?" "Who?" Old man Mo asked without lifting his head. Like Oching. Old lady Mo said. Oching is the childhood name of Mrs. Zheng. Old man Mo frowned. Old lady Mo went on, don't you think that the more you look at Yang Yang's mom, the more she looks like Oching when she was young? Old lady Mo and Mrs. Zheng were like sisters, they grew up together. Now that Mrs. Zheng was old and didn't look like her young self anymore, only old lady Mo knew that Nitsuiwa resembled Mrs. Zheng in her youth. Upon hearing this, old man Mo slowly became serious. Yes, she does look somewhat like her. Could it be possible that Yang Yang's mom is Tingting? Old lady Mo questioned. I guess not, old man Mo muttered. By the way, where did Yang Yang's mom say she was from this morning? Haiqing. Old lady Mo remembered clearly. Haiqing is thousands of kilometers away from where Tingting was lost. It seems unlikely. 30 years ago, when transportation was underdeveloped, it would take several months to cover a distance of a few thousand kilometers. Chapter 509, Training Class, Mrs. Shengwan exposes the true faces of Lin Fong and her mother _1. Madame Mo said, so, I also found it strange, Yang Yang's mom looks a lot like Oching, but the location doesn't match. How could a 3-year-old child travel thousands of kilometers alone? It wasn't likely for human traffickers either, because in those times, there were abandoned baby girls everywhere, so why would traffickers steal a baby girl? If they were going to steal, they should steal a baby boy. Did you ask how old Yang Yang's mom is today? The old master Mo continued. No, I didn't, said Madame Mo, I'll go ask Lulu. Having said that, Madame Mo turned around and walked towards Mo Kishin's room. Lulu. Madame Mo knocked on the door. Mom. It took a while before Mo Kishin finally opened the door. Lulu, I want to ask you something. Madame Mo spoke while walking in. Go ahead. Mo Kishin pulled out a chair for Madame Mo to sit down. How old is your mother-in-law this year? Madame Mo asked straight away. Why do you ask this? Mo Kishin wondered. Madame Mo said, well, I've been thinking about introducing a match for your mother-in-law. Introduce a match. Mo Kishin looked at Madame Mo with a strange expression. He now had a little aunt who was still breastfeeding. Would they create a little uncle for him too? She was 36 last year, so she's 37 now. Mo Kishin poured a cup of tea for Madame Mo 37. Madame Mo calculated inside her heart, this age was just right for Jing Tingting. So, are there still people on your mother-in-law's side? Madame Mo continued to ask. According to Yang Yang, she seems to have an uncle, but he's in jail because he got into some trouble. Mo Kishin explained vaguely. Madame Mo nodded her head, and then said, so, Yang Yang's maternal grandparents are gone then? Yes. Mo Kishin continued, Yang Yang's family situation is quite simple, her paternal grandparents and father's side have also passed away. Madame Mo sighed, it hasn't been easy for Yang Yang. Losing so many loved ones at such a young age, now she not only has to support herself but also her mother and sister. Most importantly, she was still able to make life so prosperous. Not all girls have such a bold spirit. Having said that, Madame Mo added, Lulu, you must treat Yang Yang well in the future, you are not allowed to bully her, okay? Madame Mo didn't know how many times she had said this. Mo Kishin nodded and smiled, don't worry, I know. Well then, I won't disturb your sleep anymore. I'm going back. Madame Mo turned around and went towards the door. Mo Kishin saw her off. Mom, wait a minute. What is it? Madame Mo turned back. Mo Kishin continued, who are you planning to introduce to my mother-in-law? Madame Mo said, I originally wanted to introduce Hui to her, but Mrs. Liu said Dehui is about to get engaged to her niece. I'm still scouting someone. Oh. Mo Qishan nodded. After Madame Mo returned to her room, the old master Mo immediately asked, "How is it?" Madame Mo said, "The age of Yang Yang's mom is similar to Ting Ting's. It's just that the family background does not match. Yang Yang's mom also has a brother at her house, and Itsuiwa grew up in the countryside. During those times the preference for boys over girls was even more severe. Who would go and adopt a daughter for no reason? Maybe a family that was unable to bear children would." Old Master Mo continued, "Stop worrying about these things. It's been so many years. If Tingting were still around, she would have been found. If not, there's probably not much hope." Madame Mo casually threw a pillow at Old Master Mo. "Can you say something nice for once? What do you mean by no hope? What if Qing hears this? How sad would she be?" Old Master Mo rubbed his nose. "Didn't you always say I have a prophet's mouth? Are you proud of that?" Old Master Mo. "Today is the birthday of Madame Shangwan, so the entire Shangwan family is gathered. But they're all just family. Because it wasn't her actual birthday, Madame Shangwan didn't want to make a big fuss. Besides Shangwan Dehui, Shangwan Su, and Shangwan Shi, Shangwan Furong, her daughter, and Zhou Guojun, her son-in-law, as well as her grandchild Zhou Long and granddaughter Zhou Feng were also present." Madame Shangwan sat at the head of the table, glowing with health. In a moment, she put down her chopsticks and looked at Shangwan Dehui. "Dehui, how are things going with Lin Fang?" Chapter 510, Training Class. Lady Shangwan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother _2. "That's fine." Shangwan Dehui quickly put down his chopsticks. Lin Fang is the kind of woman who knows how to manage a household, and that's precisely what he's lacking, a wife. That's how their relationship stands. Since you've said it's fine, then it's good. Madame Shangwan hesitated for a moment and then continued, "Dehui, you're of age now, and Lin Fang isn't a young girl anymore. When you have some free time, bring her home for all of us to meet, and let's settle the wedding date early." "Mom, we can't simply settle such matters all of a sudden." Shangwan Furong jumped in. "What does that woman do for a living? Is she worthy of my brother? Don't let him marry a woman with ulterior motives." Shangwan Furong graduated from a postgraduate program, and the Zhou family is a traditional aristocratic family. Therefore, she always carries around an air of arrogance and particularly values equal social status in marriage. She does not want a sister-in-law unfit for public appearances. "Shangwan," she said with a smile, "Auntie, rest assured. Aunt Lin comes from an educated family, and even has a scholar among her ancestors 3 generations ago. Aunt Lin is also quite accomplished. She's currently teaching in a kindergarten." Shangwan Furong nodded. "An educated background is good. Your father has always been an excellent student, and if he marries any woman with just a junior high school education, it would not only be unsuitable, but they also wouldn't have common topics to discuss. Besides, being a teacher is a respectable job." In 1980s China, besides workers, there were 3 other prime professions. They were doctors, teachers, and public servants. Shangwan Furong has a higher level of education, so she could accept cultured people more easily. Was that woman married before? Or has she always been single? Shangwan Furong then asked. "Shangwan," she replied, "Aunt Lin was married once before, but her husband died in a car accident a few years ago. She's been living alone ever since. She has a daughter named Changyu, who is 18 this year." Shangwan Furong said, "It's okay if it's a girl, she's bound to get married sooner or later anyway. If it were a boy, she would have to worry about whether he will compete with Shangwan Su for an inheritance." "Does she have any other family members?" Shangwan Furong continued. "Shangwan," she replied, "Oh yes, Aunt Lin also tends to her sick, bedridden mother-in-law. Shangguan Furong slightly frowned. Madame Shangguan chuckled and said, having a bedridden mother-in-law isn't a problem, we can just hire a caregiver when the time comes. What I value the most is Lin Fang's character. Her willingness to care for her sick mother-in-law for many years without complaint shows that she is not a bad person. Shangguan Furong initially had some reservations, but upon hearing Madame Shangguan's words, she didn't have much to argue about anymore. She turned her head towards Shangguan Dehui and asked, "So big brother, when are you planning to bring her home so we can see her?" On the matter of remarrying, Shangguan Dehui has always been rather passive. Upon hearing this, he replied, "There's no need to rush. I'll discuss this with Xiaolin when I have the time. Aren't you off work tomorrow? Just ask Xiaolin out tomorrow, and talk to her about it. Dehui, at your age, every minute is precious. You can't delay Xiaolin." "Emichim, I understand." Shangguan Dehui nodded. Shangguan Furong stared thoughtfully at Shangguan Dehui. After dinner, she made a point to find Shangguan Dehui. "Big brother. What is it?" Shangguan Dehui looked at Shangguan Furong. "Brother, are you still thinking about Dia?" Shangguan Furong narrowed her eyes. "No." Shangguan Dehui kept a straight face. "It's been so many years, I'm surprised you still remember. That incident created such a huge uproar back then. How could Shangguan Furong possibly forget?" Shangguan Dehui almost ended up a confirmed bachelor. If it hadn't been for Madame Shangguan's threat, he would still be alone even now. Speaking of it, Shangguan Dehui is a man of deep affection, it's just a pity that fate can be so cruel. "Big brother, you should stop thinking about her." Shangguan Furong continued, "Dia might not even remember who you are. You're the only one pining for her all these years." In truth, Shangguan Furong made a lot of sense. If Dia remembered Shangguan Dehui or also liked him, they wouldn't have missed each other all these years. Besides, in Shangguan Furong's eyes, Dia was simply not worthy of Shangguan Dehui. After all, Dia was just a country girl. She was a servant girl back then and is probably a rural housewife now. Her status just doesn't match the Shangguan family's. Chapter 511, Training Class. Mrs. Shangguan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother _3. Shangguan Dehui said with a smile, "You're overthinking it." Shangguan Furong said, that Lin Fang seems to have decent qualifications, and though she may not come from a wealthy background, she's presentable. "Brother, you must seize the opportunity well." Shangguan Dehui nodded. Then Shangguan Dehui continued, "Brother, be honest with me. Do you still have feelings for Dia?" "I've long forgotten about her," Shangguan Dehui said casually. Shangguan Furong said with a smile, "If you've really forgotten, then why haven't you found someone new over all these years?" Shangguan Dehui was silent for a while, eventually not saying much. During this period, having nearly finished dealing with other trivial matters including those concerning Li Xianxian, and Ai Yang began to officially handle the restaurant's affairs. The renovation of the restaurant had already progressed by a third and was expected to open around August. Ai Yang wanted to create a different dining experience, prioritizing service first and then the dishes. After all, in the future there is a saying, service comes first. In the service indifferent 80s, elevating the overall service level would be a unique feature. Moreover, this time, Ai Yang was not setting up a budget restaurant, but venturing into a high-end restaurant, implementing a VIP membership system with no branches, just this one exclusive establishment. After all, scarcity breeds value. To elevate the overall service consciousness, there must be a distinctive corporate culture and a custom-made customer-first service manual. Having considered this early on, whenever Ai Yang had some free time, she would be found hunched over the table, drawing and writing. Indeed, what she was creating was this material. Ni Yang indeed had the advantage of experiences from her past life. As long as the marketing strategy remained unchanged, the rest was relatively simple. Early in the morning, Ni Yang had posted recruitment notices on the bulletin board next to the restaurant. Just as she finished posting, people began to gather around. The general manager's salary is 120 yuan, the deputy general manager's salary is 100 yuan, managers get 80 yuan, while regular waiters and food runners earn 40 yuan. Even dishwashers get 40 yuan. My goodness, am I seeing things? In this era, a teacher's salary is less than 30 yuan a month, and a waiter at a state-run hotel earns just 15 yuan a month, yet here, a regular waiter's salary goes up to 40 yuan a month. How could people not be surprised? Ni Yang stood by and said with a smile, "You're not seeing things, it's really that much." If she wanted to offer a unique dining experience, naturally, she had to raise the wages. If everyone is getting the same salary, who would want to work themselves to the bone like a servant? An onlooking lady then asked, "Young lady, what is your role in this restaurant?" Ni Yang replied with a gentle smile, "I'm in charge of recruitment." The lady continued, "Young lady, then what position do you think would suit me?" "How old are you?" Ni Yang asked. "I'm 41 this year," the lady answered. Being 41 certainly wouldn't work for a front house position. Ni Yang said, "You could consider working in logistics." "What do logistics involve?" asked the curious lady. "That would be cleaning and dishwashing," Ni Yang explained. The lady nodded, "That could work. I might not be good at other things, but am good at washing dishes." In this era, private enterprises are scarce, and it's tough to get into state-owned units without connections. Even for a dishwashing job, the lady didn't expect that she could earn 40 yuan a month just washing dishes. It was almost like found money. Ni Yang handed the lady a form and a pen. "If you are interested, please fill this out, and join us the day after tomorrow morning for a medical checkup at the hospital to get a health certificate. The day after that, you can start the pre-employment training." Since Ni Yang was in the catering industry, health was very important. A medical checkup? The lady was stunned. "Young lady, this isn't some sort of trick to get me to do a health check, is it? A full body checkup costs a yuan." Ni Yang said with a laugh, "The cost will be covered by our restaurant, you won't need to pay a penny." "Really?" The lady was a bit skeptical. "Really?" Ni Yang nodded. "That's better," continued the lady, "so what's this training about? Is there a salary during the training period?" "The training period lasts a month, and the salary will be paid as usual." "Really?" The lady was somewhat incredulous. "Is there really such a great deal in the world?" Ni Yang smiled faintly and countered, "First, we aren't asking you for any money, and second, we don't want anything from you. What do you think I could deceive you out of? Besides, do you think Beijing's police would let me openly deceive people here?" Chapter 5:12, Training Class. Lady Shengwan exposes the true faces of Lin Fong and her mother _4. Joking aside, the police in Beijing are not to be trifled with. It's an era of severe crackdown. Who would dare to scam like this? Unless they want to serve a heavy sentence. After Ni Yang explained this, the old lady immediately dropped her guard and began filling out the form. Seeing how quickly the old lady filled out the form, the second and third applicants approached quickly. They were a mix of men and women, young and old, all applying for waitering, food delivering, and logistic positions. There were no applicants for the positions of general manager, deputy manager, and manager. However, Ni Yang was not shocked. After all, these positions required experience and a certain level of education. Also, it was only the first day of advertisement. Many people were still not aware of this opportunity. She believed there would definitely be inquiries tomorrow. In the evening, Ni Yang took a detour to Walt Road on her way home and bought some meat, vegetables, and pastries to take along. Although they had received the 10,000 yuan from Jing Xianjing, Zhou Tianbao had not moved from his place. He was illiterate and could only earn a living as a laborer. However, the income from this work was barely enough to feed him, so he had to save the money for Fuwa's future wedding. As for education, he had already given up on the hope of Fuwa going to school. As long as Fuwa could grow up safely, get married, and pass down the Zhou family line, he would be satisfied. Sister Ni Yang. Seeing Ni Yang, Fuwa ran over enthusiastically, and hugged Ni Yang. Fuwa, there is mud on your hands, don't dirty Sister Ni Yang's clothes, Zhou Tianbao followed behind. Hearing this, Fuwa immediately let go of Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled and said, it's okay, it's okay. Fuwa, these are presents for you and your dad. Are you happy? Ni Yang handed the bag in her hand to Fuwa. Fuwa hesitated and did not accept it right away. Because his father had told him that Sister Ni Yang had already done a lot for them. They couldn't always be asking for more. Take it. Zhou Tianbao said, Miss Ni, you don't need to bring something every time you come. You've already helped our family a lot. Ni Yang said, it's just a small token of appreciation, not a big deal. Please let Fuwa accept it. Zhou Tianbao didn't know what to say. He was really moved. Miss Ni, you are really a good person. Ni Yang was not only a good person, but also a blessing to their family. Ever since they met Ni Yang, his health had improved greatly, Sun Dalian had been found, and they had even unexpectedly received 10,000 yuan. With this 10,000 yuan, they finally had something to rely on in Beijing. Miss Ni, don't stand outside. Come inside and sit down. Fuwa hopped and skipped ahead to open the door for Ni Yang. The room was no longer as dirty and messy as before. Everything inside was neatly arranged, and it looked very comfortable at first glance. Zhou Tianbao took out the best tea leaves in the house and busily prepared tea for Ni Yang. Meanwhile, Fuwa took out his cherished candies. Sister Ni Yang, have some candy. Thank you, Fuwa. Ni Yang picked up a piece of candy. The candy had been stored for so long that it had stuck to its wrapper. However, Ni Yang didn't mind. Under Zhou Fuwa's expectant gaze, she unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth. Miss Ni, be careful. It's hot. Zhou Tianbao put the teacup in front of Ni Yang. Thank you. Ni Yang continued, by the way, Fuwa's dad, are you still working at the grain store? Yes, Zhou Tianbao nodded. Ni Yang asked, how much do you earn in a month at the grain store? Zhou Tianbao answered, the grain store pays daily, 3 cents a day. 3 cents a day. Although she knew that the wages of laborers were low at that time, Ni Yang didn't expect that carrying grain, such a strenuous task, only paid 3 cents a day. That meant he only made 9 yuan a month, barely enough to get by. Have you thought about changing jobs? Ni Yang asked. After all, Fuwa is growing up, and he will need to attend primary school, middle school, high school, and university. Clearly, his current wage wasn't going to be enough for that. Only the wealthy could afford preschool in this era, so Ni Yang didn't mention it. Mentioning the issue of school, a bright light appeared in Fuwa's eyes. Zhou Tianbao smiled bitterly, I don't have an education, and I can't read. I can't find a better job. Even the job at the grain store cost me 3 yuan to get. I've thought about it, I won't let Fuwa go to school anymore. I have 10,000 yuan here. When Fuwa grows up, I'll take him back to the countryside, buy a house, and find a wife for him. Chapter 5:13, training class, Mrs. Shengwan exposes the true faces of Lin Fong and her mother _5. The poor have their own way of living, as do the rich. Although it is impossible to find work without an education, it is still possible to return to the hometown and farm the land. Upon hearing this, Fua's eyes gradually darkened. He does not want to grow up to be like his father, but he is powerless to change the status quo. Ni Yang said, "It's unacceptable not to let Fua go to school. I have a decent job here, would you like to try?" "What job?" Zhou Tianbao asked. "Warehouse manager," Ni Yang replied. "What is a warehouse manager?" Zhou Tianbao asked, somewhat puzzled. Ni Yang explained to him what a warehouse manager was. Ni Yang wanted to expand the restaurant, and a warehouse manager is definitely indispensable. Although the warehouse manager may seem like a minor role, it is actually very important as it manages the vital point of a restaurant. Ni Yang wouldn't trust anyone else with this position, but she could do so with Zhou Tianbao without hesitation. Zhou Tianbao is grateful and is not the same kind of person as Li Xianxian. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianbao hesitated. "I'm afraid I can't handle it, I can't read. What if I cause trouble for Ni Yang who trusts me so much?" Ni Yang smiled and said, "The warehouse manager checks the goods and equipment incoming and outgoing from the warehouse, keeps records, and distributes the goods. It's enough if you can make sure the accounts are correct, you don't need to recognize too many characters. I'm not asking you to start working right away, there's still over a month of training." Zhou Tianbao was somewhat lacking in self-confidence. Ni Yang continued, "There will be a dedicated teacher to teach you. As long as you study hard, there will be no problem recognizing the basic characters. Adults, who have fully developed brains, can learn to recognize characters better than children as long as they are willing." Seeing that Zhou Tianbao was still indecisive, Ni Yang added, "Fua is only 6 years old, his life has infinite possibilities. For the sake of Fua, you should give it a try. For a common family, education is perhaps not the only way out, but it is the best way. Among all things, only education is the most valuable." After a long hesitation, Zhou Tianbao finally accepted. "All right, Miss Ni, I'll give it a try. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, rest assured, I won't let you down." Ni Yang smiled and nodded, "That's a deal. I believe in you. Come for training the day after tomorrow, the address is number 619, Jinxia Road." "All right." Zhou Tianbao nodded. After finalizing this matter, Ni Yang intended to say goodbye. Before leaving, Fua led Ni Yang by the hand to show her his clay creations. Fua proudly said, "Sister Ni Yang, look, I made all these clay figures on my own." Ni Yang looked at the clay figures, falling into an unexplained silence. After a while, she looked down at Fua and asked, "Fua, what's your full name?" Fua replied, "My full name is Zhou Fua." Zhou Fua. Ni Yang had originally thought Fua was just a nickname, but she never expected Fua to be his real name. Zhou Fua indeed. The later famous, large-scale jewelry brand that spread across the north and south was called Zhou Fua. Looking at how Fua was making clay figures, Ni Yang was almost certain that Fua was the future founder of Zhou Fua Jewelry. The future jewelry magnate was different, even in the way he played with clay. Ni Yang continued, "Fua, could you tell me what these figures you've made are?" Ni Yang didn't expect to meet a future jewelry magnate. The feeling was quite mystical. Fua said, "This is a ring, this is a bracelet, this is a gem necklace. Sister Ni Yang, when I grow up, I will definitely buy these things and give them to you." Ni Yang was surprised and said, "Really? Really?" Fua nodded seriously. Not only these things, but he also wanted to give Sister Ni Yang all the best things in the world. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Then I should thank you in advance." Fua said shyly, "You're welcome." The next day, Ni Yang continued to recruit in front of the restaurant. As she predicted, the number of people who came to interview for the positions of general manager, deputy general manager, and manager increased on this day. After all, the salaries that she offered were relatively high. Under the attractive salaries, all positions were filled by the afternoon of the very same day. With the addition of the front of the house, the kitchen, logistics, and the managers, a total of 150 people were recruited. The restaurant has 3 floors in total, covering an area close to 2,000 square meters. It really wasn't too many to have 150 employees. Chapter 5:14, Training Class. Mrs. Shengwan exposes the true faces of Lin Fang and her mother _6. It's still in the development phase now. It's fine to keep recruiting if it gets too busy later on. The next morning, Ni Yen arranged for 3 buses to take everyone to the hospital for physical examinations. There were a lot of people, so Ni Yen didn't return home until late in the evening. Once the health certificates were issued, it was time to start training. The training for logistics and front desk waitstaff were separate. Ni Yen rented 2 large rooms as classrooms and hired 4 instructors. All 4 instructors were foreigners. Chinese people at this time still hadn't fully embraced the concept of good customer service, therefore, she had to bring in foreign instructors. Of course, the fees for the foreign instructors weren't cheap. But Ni Yen didn't care about the cost. She was determined to make the restaurant successful and didn't begrudge spending money. Before training began, Ni Yen gave a speech about her company culture and customer-first philosophy. These foreign instructors had been educated with the latest teaching methods, so they understood immediately what Ni Yen meant. One foreign instructor gave Ni Yen a thumbs up. "Miss Ni, you are truly amazing. Who would think about putting customers first at this time?" Even in Western countries, it was not a given to truly put customers first. Although this girl didn't look very old, her potential was enormous. China is becoming more and more powerful. "Thank you." Ni Yen smiled faintly. Ni Yen sat in on 2 classes to ensure the instructors were teaching correctly before she left with peace of mind. Ni Yen went to the noodle restaurant. Just as she reached the entrance, she bumped into Madame Shengwan as she was leaving. "Yang Yang." "Madam." Ni Yen greeted her with a smile. Madame Shengwan held Ni Yen's hand. "Yang Yang, I haven't seen you in quite some time. Where have you been lately?" Ni Yen said, "I've been busy with some things recently, so I didn't come to the restaurant. I had some free time today, so I decided to visit." "Oh." Madame Shengwan nodded, then asked, "So does that mean you're free today?" "Yes." Ni Yen nodded. Madame Shengwan continued, "Could you accompany me on a shopping trip? Xiaoxi isn't home today and Xiaoxiu is also unavailable." Ni Yen, who liked Madame Shengwan dearly, agreed to accompany her, upon learning that she was alone. Together, they went shopping. They arrived at the clothing market, and Madame Shengwan asked, "Yang Yang, what should I wear when I meet my future daughter-in-law for the first time?" Ni Yen looked at Madame Shengwan in surprise. Madame Shengwan explained, "Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi's mother passed away early." With that explanation, Ni Yen understood. She pointed at one of the clothes. "That date red one is pretty good." It was a date red silk blouse, elegant but trendy, very suitable for the elderly. Madame Shengwan's eyes lit up, and she nodded in agreement. "This one is indeed good. Let me help you get it." The clothing market was big and there were many customers. The sales assistants could not provide one-on-one service, so Ni Yen decided to do it herself. Just as she grabbed the blouse, it was forcefully snatched away by another hand. "Mom, look how nice this blouse is." Ni Yen looked up slightly, saying calmly, "I saw this blouse first." You saw it first. Then why is it in my hand now? Besides, can someone like you, a self-employed person who couldn't make it onto stage, afford such clothes? Chang Yu scoffed, her face full of mockery. Ni Yen had no impression of Chang Yu, but Chang Yu's impression of Ni Yen was deeply ingrained. This disgraceful self-employed person, she took the title of class beauty on her first day in their class. Chang Yu despised her to the bone. Finally, having found a rare chance, Chang Yu was eager to humiliate Ni Yen. Madame Shangguan furrowed her brow. What's the matter with the way you talk, young lady? So, I can't even mention the word self-employed. Chang Yu countered. Xiaoya. Lin Fang pulled at Chang Yu's sleeve. The people who came to this clothing store were either rich or noble. Lin Fang was not brainless, she was about to marry into a wealthy family. Offending people at this critical timing was not a good idea. Chang Yu knew what Lin Fang was worried about and whispered, "That woman is a self-employed student who joined our class. You don't have to worry." A mere self-employed person, was there any need to fear offending her? Upon hearing this, Lin Fang relaxed. Chapter 5:15, Teaching Dominance in Life. Traveling abroad _1 She was about to marry into a prestigious family, and a self-employed person like her was not worth her attention. Thinking this way, Lin Fang looked at Ni Yang with a surge of contempt. In her view, how could a self-employed person afford to shop in such a luxurious clothing mall? Even herself, before she hooked up with Shangguan Dehui, couldn't afford to shop in such a place. She was there to pick out a piece of clothing for Shangguan old madam. After all, she would be meeting her future mother-in-law for the first time, so naturally, she needed to impress her. Moreover, the dress Chang Yu was holding was indeed quite nice, stylish and not at all old-fashioned, and it was made of real silk. It was bound to please Shangguan old madam. Lin Fang sneered sarcastically, "Xiaoya, why are you wasting your words on someone like her? Aren't you afraid of lowering your own status?" Her daughter was about to become a young miss of a wealthy family. How could she afford to get entangled with a self-employed person? It would be a laughingstock if word got out. Let's not forget, the wealthy families take their social standing very seriously. Chang Yu, with a smirk on her face, hooked arm with Lin Fang and pointedly said, "Some people like to pretend to be wealthy. They have no idea where they are. Can a self-employed person like her afford this dress? Such an embarrassment. A silk top that costs over 300 yuan. If it wasn't for the sake of showing respect to Shangguan old madam, they themselves wouldn't be willing to buy it, considering the clothes Lin Fang bought for herself only cost just over 100 yuan. During her relationship with Shangguan Dehui, Lin Fang had almost spent all her savings from over the years, including the compensation money she received after her husband's death. But these were all temporary. Once Lin Fang marries into the Shangguan family, she would become a rich lady. Then, how much money would she have? The more Chang Yu thought about it, the more smug she felt. She acted as if she had already become a young wealthy miss. Shangguan old madam's face darkened. Shangguan old madam, who had been indulged all these years, was used to being treated with respect. When had she ever been treated with such disrespect? She had never seen such disrespectful and uneducated people. She wondered how they were brought up in their homes. Apologize. You must apologize to us now. Lin Fang looked at Shangguan old madam and sneered, "Apologize? Why should we apologize to you? Since when was it forbidden to call a spade a spade? If anyone should be apologizing, it's you. Do you know how much time you've wasted by entangling with us? Time is money, and our valuable time can't be made up with a mere apology." Lin Fang played her victim card impeccably. Chang Yu placed her hands on her hips and threatened, "Apologize. If you don't apologize to us today, it'll make you regret it. With the Shengguan family's influence in Beijing, it would be easy to deal with these two people. Just earlier, Shengguan old madam thought these two mother and daughter were rude, but now she felt they were shamelessly disgraceful. They were utterly shameless. Shengguan old madam was trembling with anger. It's not worth getting mad over such people. Yang held Shengguan old madam's arm. Old madam, let's leave. You want to leave before apologizing to us. Chang Yu rudely extended her arm to block Yang and Shengguan old madam's path. Don't overstep your boundaries. Yang raised her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness in their depths, causing Chang Yu to flinch slightly. That was not the look of a mere self-employed person. It was slightly terrifying. But she was about to become the daughter of a rich family. How could Yang compete with her? Thinking this, Chang Yu regained her courage, raised her hand and swung towards Yang's face. You wench. Apologize or not. There were no salespeople or other customers here. If Yang got slapped, she would have to swallow her grievances. Moreover, Chang Yu had long wanted to slap Yang. Today, she finally got the chance to vent some steam. Although Yang knew Chang Yu was targeting her, she was clueless about when she had crossed paths with such a character. There were 60 to 70 people in her new group, and she had only attended a few meetups. Apart from Han Xiaoyu, who she was closest to, she had no recollection of anyone else. Smack! A crisp slap reverberated in the air. By the time Shengguan old madam and Lin Fang regained their senses, they saw Yang slowly retracting her hand from midair. She held Chang Yu's raised hand with a smile on her face. Since no one at home taught you how to behave, I guess I'll have to step in to do the job. Chapter 5:16, Dominance teaches how to be a human, traveling abroad _2. Her voice was soft, but her momentum was strong. She was like an elder scolding a youngster. Lin Fang covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes filled with terror. She never thought that the person who'd been slapped was Chang Yu. You dare to hit me? Chang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Well, why not slap you? Don't agree with it. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as a slap. She radiated audacity, shining brightly from head to toe, attracting attention. Do you know who I am? Staring at her, Yang said slowly, even if you're the king's father, I won't hesitate to hit you. Chang Yu's almond eyes seemed to burn with fire. Yang, I tell you. My father is very powerful. I will make you regret what you did. You just wait. Hearing this, old lady Shengguan frowned slightly. She was thinking that Chang Yu's father must not be a good person either. Why else would he have raised a daughter like this? What a sad family. All right, it'll be ready any time. Yang responded with a light smile. This is too much. Yang is really too much. Chang Yu wished she could kill Yang right then. You let me go. Chang Yu squirmed. At this moment, Lin Fang also snapped out of it and rushed over. Let my daughter go. Originally, Lin Fang wanted to call the police to get justice for her daughter, but she was headed to the Shengguan family in 2 days to recognize her relatives. This was a crucial time, it was better to avoid trouble. After all, there are many taboos in wealthy families. Moreover, they were not in the right here. Chang Yu was the first to act, Yang was just defending herself. Get out. With those words, Yang grabbed Chang Yu's hand and flung her harshly. Chang Yu lost her footing and toppled onto Lin Fang. Then, Yang pulled out a plain white handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiped her fingers. After cleaning one hand, she moved to the other, behaving as if she had touched something disgusting. After she finished, Yang balled up the handkerchief and threw it into a trash can 10 meters away, right in front of the mother-daughter duo. Chang Yu's already swollen face turned a shade of purplish red from anger. "Madam, let's go." Ni Yang cheerfully linked arms with old lady Shangwan, and they strolled off. "All right." Old lady Shangwan happily followed Ni Yang after seeing Chang Yu slapped. Pissed off, Chang Yu stomped her foot and tried to run after them, but Lin Fong held her back. "Mom." Chang Yu was not satisfied. Was she just supposed to accept the slap? Lin Fong said, "We're going to the Shangwan family the day after tomorrow. It's better to avoid trouble at such times. Also, the individual is not as easy to bully as you think." If it were really so easy to bully, Chang Yu wouldn't have been slapped. "You just watched as I was bullied. Are you really my mom?" Chang Yu screamed angrily. Lin Fong said, "You're my daughter, how can I not be heartbroken when you're bullied? But now is not the time for revenge. In a few days, after I marry your uncle Shangwan, you can take revenge however you like." Lin Fang's words placated Chang Yu. "Right. She just needs to endure for now. She will make Ni Yang pay later." Chang Yu bit her lip and then asked, "We're going to the Shangwan family the day after tomorrow. What should I do about the wound on my face?" "Let's pay for the clothes first. Then we'll go to the pharmacy and get some medicine. Once we're home, I'll put an egg on it for you. It'll be better in 2 days." "All right." In a sense of helplessness, Chang Yu agreed. Just wait, when the time comes, she will disfigure Ni Yang's face and make her regret today's actions. Lin Fong and Chang Yu went to pay for the clothes and then visited the pharmacy. Meanwhile, Ni Yang and old lady Shangwan arrived on the second floor. Today's Ni Yang surprised old lady Shangwan. She originally thought Ni Yang could only tolerate being beaten. Who would have thought that Ni Yang would win so beautifully? Impressive. Really impressive. Young girls nowadays rarely have her kind of courage. Yang, did you learn martial arts?" Old lady Shangwan asked. In her previous life, Ni Yang did learn martial arts. After all, she was a rich lady, how could she not have some self-defense skills? Plus, after being reborn and saving a high-ranking official, her strength had increased. Actually, Ni Yang in her previous life wasn't this impressive. Chapter 5:17, Dominance Teaches How to Be a Human, Traveling Abroad _3. "I've learned a bit of martial art," Ni Yang answered truthfully. Good, Lady Shangwan nodded in approval. It's indeed good for a girl to learn some self-defense skills. I'll have Xiaoxi start learning it when we get back home. Ni Yang smiled and nodded. Lady Shangwan continued, "That mother-daughter duo just now was really troublesome. Anyone who marries such a girl would be bringing misfortune upon his family." "Indeed quite troublesome," Ni Yang added. "I had a feeling that girl was targeting me, but I've never even met her before. It's really strange. I think they did it on purpose. Snobbish bitches. Just because they have a bit of money, they start acting as if they're from the high and mighty." Lady Shangwan's impression of Lin Fong and Chang Yu couldn't have been worse. After all, it was the first time in her life that she had come across such outrageous people. "The dress from before is available here too. Do you want to buy it?" Ni Yang pointed to an identical dress. "No need. Who would want to wear the same clothing as those types of people? Yang, let's choose something different." "All right." Ni Yang nodded slightly. This time Ni Yang chose a noblewoman's dress from Mrs. Mo, complemented by a coordinating silk scarf. It must be stated, Ni Yang had a discerning eye. After Mrs. Mo put on this dress, she looked several years younger, her elegance radiating. Yang, is it pretty?" Lady Shangwan twirled around like a child. Yes, like an elderly empress dowager, Ni Yang seriously complimented. Laughing, Lady Shangwan replied, "You're always making up stories to indulge me." "I'm telling the truth." Lady Shangwan happily went to pay the bill. Just as Lin Fong and Chang Yu got home, a distinguished guest arrived. This person was Lin Hohot, Lin Fang's aunt. Since she married well at an early age, she was now considered a semi-high society member and everyone called her Auntie Lin. Why only a semi-high society member? Because her husband's financial standing pale in comparison to half of the other high society members, and that is why she's so keen on playing matchmaker. Once a match is made, their family gains the support of two more dependable families. Fortunately, the high society do lack this profession. Real high society ladies would not be willing to stoop to playing matchmaker and being subjected to others' orders. "Auntie's here." Lin Fong courteously welcomed Auntie Lin into the house. Even the usually arrogant and domineering Chang Yu greeted, "Hello, Auntie Grandma." "Good, good." Auntie Lin nodded in satisfaction. "Xiaoya is getting prettier as she grows, she'll definitely be successful in the future." A hint of complacency appeared at the corner of Chang Yu's mouth. Lin Fong said, "Look at this child, she knows nothing. Hurry up and thank your Auntie Grandma." Chang Yu promptly said, "Thank you, Auntie Grandma." Auntie Lin continued, "But what happened to your face?" "Lin Fong, did you hit her?" Upon hearing this, a hint of malice flickered in Chang Yu's eyes. "All because of that bitch, Ni Yang." Lin Fong nonchalantly answered, "How could I hit her? She bumped into a wall by herself." "Oh," Auntie Lin continued, "you'll soon be going to the Shangwan family to be recognized as a relative. It's better not to have any injuries on your face. The wealthy families pay great attention to appearances." "Auntie, don't worry, I'm aware of that." Looking at Chang Yu, Lin Fong continued, "Hurry and pour some tea for your Auntie Grandma." "All right." Lin Fong pulled out a chair. "Auntie, please sit." Her chances of marrying into the Shangwan family greatly increased thanks to Auntie Lin. Without her introducing the match, where else could she have such an opportunity? At this moment, Lin Fong would happily put Auntie Lin on a pedestal and worship her like a bodhisattva. Because her mother-in-law looked down upon her, Auntie Lin usually had to suffer in their family. Only here, with Lin Fong, could she experience what it felt like to be important. Auntie Lin laughed and said, "Lin Fong, there's no need to be so courteous, we're family." "Auntie, did you come over because there's something you need to tell me?" Lin Fong asked. Auntie Lin nodded. "Lin Fong, you're going to the Shangwan house to be recognized as a relative in 2 days. Have you prepared any gifts for Lady Shangwan?" "Don't worry, I've prepared everything." "That's good." Auntie Lin continued, "Lin Fong, the Shangwan family is not an ordinary one. After you get there, be sure to watch your behavior and speech. You have already won over Shangwan Dehui, so now all you have to do is please Lady Shangwan. Lady Shangwan, being from Jiangnan, loves sweet foods. You should use this opportunity to show off your culinary skills." Chapter 518, Teaching Dominance in Life, Traveling Abroad _4. I get it. Lin Fong nodded. "Auntie, hey, race your tea." Chang Yu placed the brewed tea in front of Granny Lin. Lin Fong looked up and said, "You should go inside and study. Your auntie and I still have things to discuss." "Okay." Chang Yu turned and walked towards the room. Lin Fong turned to Granny Lin and whispered, "Auntie, do you think Xiaoya has a chance of marrying into the Shangwan family?" Granny Lin was startled. She did not expect Lin Fong to be so ambitious. "That's hard to say." Granny Lin responded, "However, considering Xiaoya's appearance, if she works hard, I suppose there shouldn't be any issue. Chang Yu was quite pretty, otherwise she wouldn't have been class belle in the past. Lin Fang's eyes lit up, so, the Shangwan family is not bothered by such things. Granny Lin patted Lin Fang's hand. Fang, don't worry too much about it for now. Think about these things slowly after marrying into the Shangwan family. Okay. Lin Fang nodded, her mind filling with calculations. Hungry. I'm hungry. I'm starving. A pitiful cry broke the silence. Lin Fang's face was burning with wrath. Granny Lin glanced towards the direction of the storage room and asked with a complicated expression, "Is that old hag still alive?" No. Lin Fang shook her head, gritting her teeth. Although that damned old hag is paralyzed, her other organs are still functioning. Lin Fang only tosses a few buns at old lady Chang each day, but she just wouldn't die. Auntie, do you think I should? Lin Fang gave Granny Lin a suggestive look halfway through her sentence. Old lady Chang no longer has any other children. If anything happened, there wouldn't even be anyone to report it. Furthermore, Lin Fang had been taking care of her for 3 years. For 3 years, the reputation of being a good daughter-in-law has already spread. Keeping old lady Chang around serves no other purpose. Not only was she useless, but she was also exasperating. No way. Granny Lin immediately put a stop to Lin Fang's idea. Why not? Lin Fang was puzzled. Granny Lin continued, the Shangwan family values your virtuous and filial character, especially the matriarch of the Shangwan family. If anything goes wrong with this old hag at this stage, they might suspect something. Lin Fang asked incredulously, do I have to bring this damned old hag to the Shangwan family? Granny Lin laughed, the Shangwan family has many servants. Even if you were to bring her to the Shangwan family, it wouldn't increase your burden. On the contrary, it would make you more impressive in the Shangwan family's eyes. That makes sense, Lin Fang continued, but what if that damned old hag keeps spouting nonsense? That's simple, just give her some mute drugs when the time comes, and you won't have to worry about it. With this said, Lin Fang felt completely reassured. Oh right, take this. Granny Lin handed Lin Fang an exquisite bag. What is this? Lin Fang was curious. This is Ice Skin Jade Face Cream. Granny Lin continued, you're about to become a wealthy lady. You have to keep up with the trends in high society. At present, the Ice Skin Jade Face Cream had become a popular trend in high society. Lin Fang watched as she opened the bag. Oh, it's skincare products. Granny Lin continued, don't look down on these skincare products. Every matron and miss of high society is using them. There's a whitening and moisturizing cream that's limited to 60 bottles per store every month. Not only is it expensive, but you also need to reserve it 3 months in advance. Granny Lin added, give this Ice Skin Jade Face Cream to Shangwan Farong. She'll be thrilled. As far as I know, the matriarch of the Shangwan family listens to Shangwan Farong. Granny Lin, having spent many years navigating high society, had a deep understanding of the people within it. It doesn't feel right, Auntie. You've already helped me so much. Lin Fang refused. That's not true. Granny Lin continued, Fang, you are my own niece. As long as you remember your auntie when you marry into the Shangwan family, that's enough. Lin Fang immediately nodded, you can count on me, Auntie. I can forget anyone, but never you. You're even closer to me than my own mother. A satisfied expression crossed Granny Lin's eyes. By the way, have you been intimate with Shangwan Dehui? After all, she was a woman who had been married before. Asking such a question was not a taboo for her. Lin Fang blushed, no. No. It seems like this Shangwan Dehui really is a true gentleman. Granny Lin continued, Fang, I know you're an ambitious girl. You have to plan for your future in a way that covers all bases. The Shengguan family already has 2 children, Shengguan Shi and Shengguan Su, so you need to think about bearing another one. Chapter 519, Dominance teaches how to be a human, traveling abroad _5. Have another child. An expression of difficulty flickered through Lin Fang's eyes. If she could have another child, would she still entertain the idea of marrying Changyu to Shengguan Su? Of course, these were things she could not say to the old lady Lin. Lin Fang nodded, okay, I understand. After instructing her on a few things, the old lady Lin left. Lin Fang saw her off to the bottom of the apartment block. By the time Ni Yang finished shopping for clothes with the old lady Shengguan, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Taking advantage of this time, Ni Yang visited the 4 noodle restaurants and milk tea shops, which were now managing stable incomes. Next, Ni Yang headed to the skincare shop. Through her efforts over this period, Ni Yang had now opened 3 branches of Ice Skin Jade Skin. Looking at the empire she built single-handedly, a faint smile surfaced at the corner of Ni Yang's mouth. The feeling of independence without relying on anyone else was truly great. However, her goal of becoming the richest woman was still a long way off. She still had to make her business bigger and better. After leaving the skincare shop, Ni Yang entered a cafe, ordered a cup of rose summer coffee and a delicate pastry. Rose summer coffee is one of the top-grade coffees in the world. In the future, a cup of it would sell at a staggering price of 1,000 yuan. In the 80s in China, it'd sell for 180 yuan a cup. Adding a pastry, it totaled 220 yuan. Life sometimes requires some ceremonial senses, so Ni Yang didn't find it pricey. There was a small desk calendar on the table. It was only then that Ni Yang belatedly realized that today was the 2nd of July. Ni Kuihua's birthday was on July 8th. Last year was her first year in Beijing. At this time, she was busy selling pickled vegetable noodles and inadvertently forgot about Ni Kuihua's birthday, but she couldn't forget about it this year. What should she give Ni Tsuhua? As Ni Yang stirs her coffee, she thought, Ni Tsuhua doesn't seem to lack anything now. Why not take Ni Tsuhua out for a trip? Traveling not only relaxes one's mood, but it also exposes the traveler to local customs, thus broadening their horizons. Wasn't there a popular saying in the future? The world is so big, I want to see it. It just so happens that the restaurant hasn't opened yet, so she can relax and travel. Once the restaurant opens, Ni Yang will be busy again. So, where should Ni Tsuhua be taken? Ni Yang squinted her eyes and decided on Miami, Shisua Island in M country. M country's economy is well developed. Affected by the invasion of China, China was far behind M country. At this time, the living standard of M country had already reached that of the year 2000 in China. This trip would surely benefit Ni Tsuhua immensely. Ever since her rebirth, Ni Yang has been trying to broaden Ni Kuihua's horizons. Ni Tsuhua hasn't been abroad or seen the sea, so this is perfect. That evening, Ni Yang mentioned this plan at the dinner table. Ni Tsuhua declined, going abroad would be such a waste of money. Isn't it just a birthday? There's no need for such grand preparations. Ni Yang laughed and said, you don't have to worry about the money. Ni Tsuhua knew Ni Yang had money, but she didn't want to waste it because she knew that it wasn't easy for Ni Yang to earn money. After all, she had been selling spicy sticks for more than 2 months and only earned over 1,000 yuan. Ni Chingue commented, Yang Yang's mom, Yang Yang is sincere in her filial piety, so don't refuse. I've been wanting to travel. Have you noticed that Chunhua hasn't been home since last year? Ni Yang turned her head towards Ni Chingue. Auntie and I, why don't you come with us? Ni Chingue said, I won't go. If I were to go, I would let my daughter Chanhua take me. As much as she said that, Ni Chingue knew she couldn't rely on her daughter at all. Although her daughter had a stable job, the pay was low. She was in the kind of situation where she had no shortage of small changes but lacked large sums of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't hesitate to come home during holidays because round-trip fares for both her and her husband would cost them almost 300 yuan. That was still money, wasn't it? Such a job is at best just good-looking, and it can't compare with Ni Yang's. Ni Chingue had already accepted, she couldn't count on her daughter anymore in this lifetime. Ni Yang continued, Auntie and I, just come with us, consider it an early employee benefit from me. If you don't go, my mother won't go either. Going abroad would cost a lot. Ni Chingue was not the sort of ignorant person. Yang, don't be polite. Besides, I can't go now anyway, you and your mother should go. After saying that, Ni Chingue continued, don't worry, Tsuihua. I will take good care of the chickens and ducks at home. But Ni Tsuihua still refused. Ni Yang held Ni Quihua's hand, Mom, can you come with me? I really want to go to M country. Ni Tsuihua said, then you can go and play by yourself. Young people like you should travel around and broaden your horizons. I'm really not interested in traveling. M country, F country, I think they're no better than our China. Ni Yang laughed and said, I'm just asking you to go for a trip, not to settle down there. Besides, are you sure you'd let me go and play alone? What if I, a young girl, run into some bad people? Mom, don't you worry about me. At these words, Ni Quihua's originally firm heart began to waver. She was afraid Ni Yang might run into danger. Mom, just come with me, said Ni Yang, pushing the envelope. Ni Chingue added from the side, Tsuihua, you should go with Yang. It's rare for Yang to be so filial. Besides, it's indeed unsafe for a young girl to travel alone. Only then did Ni Tsuihua agree with some hesitation. Ni Yang continued, then we'll apply for passports tomorrow. Although identity cards were only legally established in 1986, a passport was already needed to travel abroad at that time. Just like in contemporary times, one needed to go to the Public Security Bureau's Immigration Department to process it. Visa applications had to go through the consulates of various countries. In the 1980s, the closed national doors reopened, igniting a wave of going abroad. Therefore, passports and visas of this era were relatively easy to obtain. What is a passport? Ni Tsuihua asked with confusion. Ni Yang explained, a passport is a document that can prove your nationality and identity. Without a passport, you cannot go abroad. Ni Tsuihua nodded, oh, I see. The next day, Ni Yang took Ni Tsuihua to apply for a passport early in the morning. Today was also the day when Lin Fang took Chang Yu to the Shangguan family to acknowledge kinship. In the morning, Shangguan Dehui drove to pick up Lin Fang. This was Chang Yu's first time riding in a car. Prior to this, she had only taken electric trams, so it all felt a bit surreal. Lin Fang and her daughter Chang Yu sat in the back seat while Shangguan Dehui drove. How old is Xiaoya this year? Is she still in school? Shangguan Dehui asked. Although he and Lin Fang had been seeing each other for quite some time, Shangguan Dehui only knew she had a daughter, and didn't know any other specifics. Chang Yu replied politely, Uncle Shangguan, I'm 17 this year. I'm currently a junior at No. 3 City High School. After the summer vacation, I'll be a senior. Shangguan Dehui nodded, looking at Xiaoya, I bet her grades are excellent. Not bad, Chang Yu replied modestly. In fact, she ranked first in all her exams, her performance was outstanding. Shangguan Dehui continued, your senior year is the crucial time. Have you thought about which college you want to apply to? Chang Yu replied, I want to apply to Beijing University, but I don't know if I can get in. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.